Galore. Ya, salah. Galore itu bisa. Little fuck, I want it. Fuck you, dude.
You can do it!
Hey yo, what's up, Asakura? What's this? It's Pokemon Unite, bro. Hold up, sorry I didn't see you cause I'm kind of focusing cause it's been losing again. It's quite annoying. Oh, the championship is starting. Are you guys? Do you want to watch me play for a little bit? They're still drafting though, so. Look at these guys. They have never gone up. Wait, hold up. Let me check. Do you guys watch this? Let me up the volume a little bit. Oh, it's so annoying. So that's why it is. Yeah, it's the championship, guys. And apparently Paper Rex represents Singapore, like they won the Singapore's championship. I didn't know that. I thought, because I only know Paper Rex from Valorant. It's quite tough because oh man, yeah, this is why I say it's quite tough. Yep, and that's why. It's like finals? No, they just got started. So this is a global world championship, and they call it world championship. So the regional one has just ended, so now they can move on to the world one. And the first one to fight is the Japanese team. So this is like day one for world championship. That one. Do you want me to off my game sound, by the way? Because my game sound is still on. It's fine. Alright. Honestly, I have no idea how to play with these Blastoise. Damn. I'll just move out. Who is it? Who are they fighting with? Oh my god. Alright, it's all good. Insomnia. Okay, Insomnia is a Japanese team. Well, who are they up to? Who are they fighting against? Can't tell. Whoa. God damn, they still can. Alright, got it. Very nice. I'll just let them score them. I'll show my game a little bit. God damn, guys, these people are like so tanky. Okay, let's move back. That's enough. Alright, the game haven't started. Let's check our score first. Wow, I'm still quite amazed that we managed to score like this. I wasn't totally focused at all, guys, because I have like the World Championship on one of my monitors, and then I have my Monopoly game on, and then I have streaming. Well, that was before it came in as well. Alright, I think they are starting soon. Well, that's actually a lie. I mean, looking at the players, they haven't even started yet. They're still smiling and laughing and stuff. Alright, I think it's starting soon. They're all looking at their thing. Unique coaching is what I mean, dude. You just go through my whole YouTube videos just to find the name. Oh my god. Let me know if this volume is just fine. I'm not sure whether unit coaching is like going to fight today or something, but let's see. I'm going to try to stream as long as possible. But because this is day 1, so I think they're going to last like, I don't know, 8 hours, 12 hours? Because they only have 3 days. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I assume day 1 is going to be really long. Okay, I'm gonna half the volume so that it's not too loud, just in case they need to talk as well. Alright guys, let's copy all their items. There you go, there you go. Feel free to pause.
Research that these teams have done going into this, and this is a Pokemon that's been very popular in the East, Serena.
Yeah, this is interesting, right? Because they're running two all-rounders. Serena has a little better dive than something like Blaziken. Both of them are looking to brawl, and then they're playing this Espeon pick right here. Over to the other side, Insomnia, you're seeing Duck go almost for free.
Wow, Espeon?
Yeah, again, going to be carrying the light bulb, going to
Damn.
be disruptive, and it goes to the point. Obviously, its priority went way down, but the point I was making is it still checks the boxes of what Psyduck was doing before. It's just a little less strong. So if you can bridge the gap with something like a big Charizard pick,
Yeah.
well, then all of a sudden, Psyduck looks pretty darn good.
You're taking a look here at the side of Insomnia. Buzzwole, Charizard, and Blissey all looking to stack. Take a look at High Five right here. Ho-Oh, Serena, Blaziken, all looking to stack. So there's going to be a lot of aggressive plays towards those.
Yeah, this is kind of the meta, guys. It's the typical Pokemon that you'll pick in rank. It's very typical. If you guys have been watching me playing Pokemon Unite, you'll have seen me pick at least one of these Pokemon. No, at least 5 of these Pokemon, I have to say.
Can I piggyback off that pick rate? 2% pick rate, 5%.
Oh, they are against High Five. Okay, I thought they were LG. High Five is Japanese team too. Oh my god. Oh, there are 4 Japanese teams. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Oh my god, the quality. The quality! Dude, it's 1080. Why is it like... Okay, let's make sure there's 1080. Okay, it's the sauce issue, guys. It's not mine. It's the sauce. Oh, from the get-go. Wait, hold up. The Insomnia team, they totally missed the mid lane. Okay, so they try to push early, and then after that they go back to the mid lane. Okay. Whoa! Did Ho-Oh just stole it? Did Ho-Oh manage to steal it successfully? Oh my god, the quality, dude. Yeah, these are Japanese teams. You guys know what they do, right? We played Japanese players before. In fact, we played Japanese player earlier. You saw how I was left alone at the top lane, and 4 of them were below. That's just how they play. Yeah, dude, it's already 1080p. Why is it still so blurred? The source is bad, guys. Should we change to YouTube? I'm watching them from Twitch though. Psyduck is going to lose. Ho-Oh has higher damage. Okay. Ho-Oh is definitely going to lose now. Dang it! Dang it, Twitch. Why do you just go buffer? Oh, Obuyan is in the Insomnia group. Alright guys, let me tell you one thing. Obuyan, he was a Mobile Legends player. Oh wow, that fight though. He was an OG Mobile Legends player representing Japan in the World Championship of Mobile Legends. That's how I got to know about Obuyan. But when Pokemon Unite released, he was one of the beta players as well, and he was one of the OG. He has been participating in Pokemon Unite World Championship for as long as I can remember. So yeah. So I didn't know that he's inside the Insomnia team.
That's what starts, right? But once you're given the opportunity, or once you have a play,
But the rest I don't know.
the fact that high
So that's how I got to know Obuyan. Obuyan is a really OG Japanese player.
did send Insomnia reeling. Insomnia gonna get a like conciliatory or Regieleki here that they're gonna send down to the top half.
Yeah, they're going to send that up towards that tier 2.
Damn,
Doesn't look like they're going to end up.
so nostalgic.
Yeah, Charizard kind of looking to see if anything is an option. 5 members of Insomnia right now actually moving through the center right here. They could be moving up for a fight right now. They're all hiding in the tall grass.
Yeah, oh, I sees it though. I saw Nusakazu go in the big time engage, but it's a 5v1. They get a knockout quickly. Buzzwole Unite is used, but look at this quick rotation. They wanted to get one catch and use and build off of that. They're going to get another one here. Nice SPL Unite slows stuff down, but High Five needs to react. We got a lot of damage going on to Kura. They pick up 2 berries, and it's enough to keep Insomnia away.
Well, look at Insomnia right here. I mean, just traveling as a 5-person group throughout this map, seeing what fights they can pick up. Really great pivots there from High Five, but it's tough to take down 5 players all trying to make the same thing happen. Obion now having to peel away from this top path, just continuing to stack in that goal zone right now. The scoreline 169-117 heading into the halfway mark of this match.
Yeah, you already see 9-4 kind of giving up.
Wait, is High Five Korean or Japanese?
YouTube Y Unite comes out of air early, but it's
Damn, let me search real quick.
Insomnia now takes the positional advantage around Red Knight, and they're going to secure with the Mewtwo Y. The pressure's on. We got a big power nap in the middle of a lot of bodies.
Oh, Snorlax is so annoying because of that.
The chase is on. Charizard is there to clean it up, and now they're on this goal zone. Akura goes down.
Oh, Mewtwo is so painful.
Resuscitation, and he curves right back into the base with the Buzzwoles in the back line. Pressure on. 2 players down behind.
Whoa,
Pushing.
that's amazing.
Back and gets them out of dodge.
The way they push and pull there.
Insomnia showed signs of life.
That's right.
Oh, by the way, sidetrack. Dota 2 is going to be held in Singapore, I believe in September. Yeah, just for your information, in case you're interested to watch. Okay, Pokemon Unite World Championship. Is High Five from Korea? Insomnia, Japan.
Because there's so many Unites down that they have a real opportunity to make something happen. Block Shield is gargantuan, by the way, now.
Taiwan. Oh, okay.
With it, they've got
High Five is Taiwan. All right.
Insomnia allowed that to happen. They
Great.
be a super important fight for them. All of the early pressure, all of that early ho-ho making their way towards this ascension.
This style of play can only be done in actual team. No way with randoms, yeah.
They catch the ho-ho. Blissey caught a little bit right here. The Sacred Fire moving in. They're going to try to take Blissey early. They're going to see, yes, they find
It's damn sick.
I was going to say, I feel like
But it's damn cool at the same time.
this is taking longer than it should. All right, nice rotation here. Shingi kind of quiet this game. This arena has been working. It's a good level, but hasn't been kind of like a huge Shingi takeover. That
I just realized, look at the
good opportunity of High Five and good positioning to make that happen here in the late stage.
They do have a great setup right here for this objective. I don't know if Insomnia is actually going to contest this at 245.
wow, they are
Moving in beautiful
oh,
heavy slam right there. Charizard coming on the back
fast,
side, though. We're gonna see who
fast.
wins this fight.
Is that?
Getting low, they go back
Yeah.
over the wall. They don't give up their Unite move.
GG.
They say, I'll give up myself. Get back.
Okay, I mean GG. By GG, I mean it's the Buzzwole. Because once the Buzzwole is down, they cannot do anything.
Obviously, that buff for High Five could be a huge difference maker in this fight, right?
They need a Buzzwole to initiate, and then the Charizard kind of go in.
Now you're giving them some defense and
The right side is more paper, by the way.
as Insomnia making their way into the Ray Pit.
The left side they have Ho-Oh, Snorlax, Zarina is annoying, Blaziken is annoying.
In a great position right here, moving forward, catching
Oh, the Charizard chose the range skills.
move, speed, and
Yeah, if that's the case, then
question is who's going to start this fight. High Five is behind in this moment.
no, the Buzzwole. Alright, you see how the Buzzwole is still alive? The Mewtwo's position is really good, by the way. Nice. Oh my god. No, 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 the Mewtwo's cannot die. Okay, okay, this is good, this is good, this is good. The Charizard doesn't have the ultimate skill. Someone needs to be able to catch Espeon.
Will they pivot away from Ray? They do. They peel away from Ray. They're looking for the members of High Five that are coming back into this fight. Here comes the
They need to catch the Espeon. Okay, good. The Charizard should go back. No, no, no. Don't force it. Don't force it. Don't force it. Oh, freak. No, no, no. There's the... Oh, no. Okay, this is bad. This is bad. This is bad for the right team. It's too hard. The Buzzwole made a mistake. That was a blunder. The Buzzwole shouldn't go in alone when they have like 5 people. Knowing very well that the Buzzwole, they need a Buzzwole, guys. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. They should have just tried to play the long game rather than, you know what I mean. Like at least the High Five won't be able to fight Rayquaza at all, knowing that Insomnia is still there, knowing that. Oh, that was such a pity. How many rounds? I think 2.
So they just have this dilemma in front of them. What to do? Do they go for a secure even though they're already ahead and their secure is bad, or do they go for a refight that they might not win? It really did feel like they were in a very difficult.
Well, I can use their overlay. That's cool. Dude, Insomnia, you guys made a blunder over there. Who used Buzzwole, huh? Buzzwole is not as tanky as Snorlax. Oh yeah, this is damn sick. They caught all the paper Pokemon and then just this. You see how not tanky Buzzwole is? I mean, even though his HP is like so high. It's very obvious that Buzzwole is the tanker here, guys. You see, and then the Charizard is the one that kind of go behind, and then the Mewtwo is the one that dealing damage from the front, and then the Blissey is pretty much protecting the Buzzwole. But oh my god, during the Rayquaza fight, why did he go alone? Got a bandit guy. That was a blunder. Oh my god. Damn, do they give out that anime look? I mean, in terms of the hairstyle.
something when it doesn't go right.
Come
So now
on.
make as many
Come
messages as
on.
possible.
Oh, hey, thank you for the likes.
Insanely fast. And the volume of information
It will help the YouTube channel out a lot. Thank you, thank you.
layoff Ray is incredible.
Yeah, it was a great moment for Highlight. And I think Insomnia probably made the best decision they could with the information that they had. It's just such a tricky spot. And that does speak a little bit to the start of the match, the very start, which was the draft screen. It speaks a little bit to maybe they didn't draft exactly what they needed to deal with the moment like that. You're now switching sides. Insomnia is going to get the first pick. The band's coming in. We see the Hoopa. We see the Blastoise. Lucario once again. It looks like they know something very specific about Insomnia. Suicune being hovered. No, they settled on very rapidly.
Damn. Damn, Obuyan.
Obviously the Ho-Oh,
The hairstyle though.
feels like, just like Ho-Oh, if you are letting this thing through, you have a plan somewhere. And if you don't, what are you doing? Latios is the other.
Latios is the first pick right here. So this is another Pokemon that I did not
Ah, so that's
you know, in your
the items that I pick, eh?
this thing can get on
Let me copy.
incredibly overpowered. In a game like this, when you have a team around you to
God
support
damn.
you, getting this online, getting all of your Aeon power so that you can do this absurd damage, this is going to be tough for High Five. And I'm really curious to see how these two top-level teams work with and against this Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're giving up Latios with the expectation to be able to take Suicune Ho-Oh. We saw those locked in almost immediately. Quickly, Leafeon is selected as well. So is Serena. And on the side, I mentioned Mamoswine a little bit earlier in our, when we were getting
Finally, they chose a real tanker.
good Ice Fang to just dismantle. Honestly, 3 of the 4 Pokemon that
Are they playing speed?
Slime locking in the three-headed
I feel like Insomnia is playing a fast-paced
strong
game with that draft.
actually into something like Suicune, as long as you don't get caught in that first volley, right? You're able to
Meanwhile, Half-Life chose a
dive in as one of the
very typical high damage kinda
teams are getting ready here for this
draft play.
match. I didn't see the final pick there, I don't think, on the side of High Five.
yeah, no, I didn't see the last pick either because we had seen the Leafeon and Serena. By the way, there we go. Mewtwo Y.
Mewtwo Y with that final pick as they're moving things around right here. Obviously, you can see the big stage. You see us.
Currently is in the group stage, group fight.
Seeing our games, or I should say, this
So-
center is amazing. The arena is something.
Yes, the arena is Sunday. Something we are both excited about. Don't forget, we got awesome costumes.
Wait, what?
They are honestly. They're honestly. They're not. They're not out. They're in costumes. They're just.
Wait, are there like multiple game going on currently?
I thought they looked really good in game number 1.
Orange Juicers already got one.
Difficult time early, right? We had this really tough matchup into
No,
that
they are
first
showing
They clawed their way back into this match.
VGC.
Yeah, I mean they did the 5-player go to the central high, pick down 1 target.
No, no,
get some
no.
of that experience,
Pokemon Unite.
And then they just got away, right?
Yeah, they are still showing
To kind of reach experience
Insomnia.
and bring some
But there's already scores for other teams as well, which is Orange Juicers versus Splash.
T1 live. And after that, it was like, oh, all of a sudden this game is even. All of a sudden Insomnia's up on the scoreboard, and it kind
Damn.
of feels like they're grasping.
Alright.
Yeah, getting ready to head into our next game right here. Game number 2 here.
Game number 2, let's go.
Purple team, High Five your orange team, up 1 game right now over their rivals from ACL.
Moto's sitting around taking a look. They've got a
Let's
slide
freaking
over
go,
on
buddy.
with Buzzwole in the bottom half worth noting as we've got the duo up top.
Yeah, nice secure there. Once again, High Five taking all of that. They were able to take the contested wild Pokemon there, and they were able to take the one on the side of Insomnia. Ho-Oh just incredibly powerful, difficult to deal with. The pressure put onto it, looking for a KO right there as we head to the top path to see S-Slime peel away from this fight.
Looks like they're going to get out of dodge here. Good for them, as they have pretty much been left alone because the Chansey went on the escort mission with the Latios.
And look at Shingi right here. They're sending Serena through the center. They want to make sure that's online very quickly. We see the Latios here in the bottom path. ready to fight, and it's looking for a few things. It's looking to chip their opponents with Dragon Pulse and also secure as much wild Pokemon as they can to charge up their Aeon power. Once they hit their 25 stacks, you'll start to see those little balls of Aeon energy fly out towards their opponents to deal extra damage. And as that
Oh, Asakura, there is unit coaching, but they haven't played yet. It's in another group. God damn. And he's down.
high five with the Leafeon up here, just able to secure a lot of this experience, being caught right there in so much trouble and goes down. You can see why it's
So painful. Holy.
Absolutely. High five, on the other hand, you know, welcome to give up their Leafeon for all the points they're putting in the bottom half, as they do have a score lead, and the levels look about even.
And here we go. We have a drill pack Dodrio here. Insomnia always making the exciting choices that you don't expect. You'd expect to see some.
I don't know why, but if this goes on, I have a feeling that Insomnia gonna lose again.
Everybody is just taking inventory of where they are on the map.
The Latios need to level up faster so that it can get the Aeon's power. Whoa. Yeah, no, it's definitely not gonna be able to do that.
Listen, you can say that they actually did leave with something though. They got the Emerald 2-step out of the Leafeon, and they're not going to have it for this first Reggie. Now, can Insomnia take that very small victory in what looked like a loss and do something with it?
Yeah, high five now moving towards this objective right here. We have Z-Ray coming down to start dealing some damage. Leafeon moving down for this fight. No Unite moves on the side of Insomnia. No Unite moves on the side of High Five. Obviously, Leafeon's been just used.
Regice is at half, moving forward. High five taking agency
Oh.
here, jumping on top of Baluna. Burning
Latios dead.
his ice, tons of pressure with this Suicune there, and they get two. And now they're looking for more as the Regice is secured by High Five, and that goal zone is their next priority.
Yeah, they're looking to see how they want to score here. We've got 29 points from the Leafeon, just letting Serena continue to score, stack up, get more powerful, and have a better overcap. In the top half, Dodrio
Are they depending on the
to score in the top half, continue to stack and make sure that
Dodrio to score?
absolutely shred their opponents.
Goal zone looks incredibly low in the top half.
Wait, but Dodrio hasn't scored a single thing.
You can see that orange circle.
That's weird.
Almost completely closed. Nice drill back Unite move combo. Kind of miss on 9-4, but the chase continues. S-Line wants this one. And good coverage by the rest of High Five to make sure that Leafeon stays standing. And now they're in deep water, says S-Line. The Mewtwo Y is showing up to A, press it down. Nice to reunite. We're going to see if we can get it done. We do. They are.
Wow, Siren is level 10.
From High Five, right? Really punishing that Dodrio. Nice play from Dodrio, but they just could.
Alright, the Latios is starting to become painful.
Goes down the other way. We now have the revival moving, and we're going to have to see Latios deal away
Okay.
with this fight as they are being chased away. The
Oh, it's
flames are into a bliss assist.
quite
They're
painful.
running. Sacred Fire hits them, but now we're going to reset for a moment right here. They're just too tanky after that bliss assist. But Serena,
Alright, they're dead.
The scoreline grind in the nut today because they are getting closed down and they're moving to the next one. They're going to keep putting these points in. Usakazu is the only one in the stratosphere trying to stop this thing. The points are still raining in. All of Insomnia pushes forward.
I think they really depends on they really depend on the Dodrio to score.
Credit in that moment. They take a huge fight, get a massive victory. Look at the clock and see we're over 5 minutes. That means there are no jump pads on the side of Insomnia. They push towards that tier 2, and it's just as you said,
Wow.
raining.
High Five got everything, dude.
254. High Five in
GG.
a lot like game number 1, but I'm not seeing as much fight from Insomnia. But it should be noted, Latios is probably the most scaling Pokemon we've ever had in this game. It gets better and better and better as the match goes on, but they're going to need it because they're way behind.
Yeah, Latios got better as the game goes on, but
They can't even show their face.
his teammate though, oh my god, his teammates, if they're not able to protect him or what, he need all the farm. He needs all the farm actually, the Latios. There you go. One down. Okay, but Latios cannot be caught. Oh, look at how painful Latios is.
Look at this here. I mean, this buzzball from Insomnia is unbelievably good.
Nice.
They are a huge playmaker. It's Izakazu, right, on Buzz.
Unfortunately, we cannot see, like how many stacks does Latios have now? Oh, Latios is aimed. He's targeted. Okay, okay. They are really protecting Latios with all costs. Alright, go farm. That's how he'll get stronger. Needs to farm.
Yeah, they gave up a knockout right there, and Insomnia really coming online. You see the Latios damage. You see the difference in some of these later engagements, right? As this thing is just really starting to rip through the side of High Five. They need to get it very fast. On the side of Insomnia, you can see the priority they have on taking out this sweep early. Yeah. They recognize they have to get this thing done. If they can, their Dodrio really come online and make some big moments happen. And of course, they don't want anyone in their team stunned out, frozen during some of these big fights. 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. An objective in the bottom half right here, as well as this tier 1 goal zone that Insomnia would love to score.
Oh, immediately poached is again,
Wow.
and quickly dispatched.
That one hit KO
So
though.
that kind of takes all the wind out of High Five sails, right? It kind of looks like they're trying to set up a trap around it. Looks like they're still going to push towards the basement Reggie.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. High Five deciding whether or not they want to go for it. 2:15 on the clock. They absolutely could take this if they want. They got to put a little pressure on it. It looks like they know that Insomnia isn't going to get tested right here. Instead, deciding to get better positioning around the Rayquaza pit. 5 seconds on the clock. You see S-Slime looking to find members of High Five on the other side. Right now, Insomnia in a different position in game number 1. They are behind and they're down 1 game. They need this dude snacks.
Oh, they're trying to poach.
GG.
Huge get for High Five.
GG.
Kind of getting jumped already at 75%. How are they going to let huge sweep and Unite move and they're going to go for the engagement.
Oh, they got a Latios. GG, they got a Latios. Alright, Insomnia is done. Insomnia is done.
Wow, I mean, Insomnia had such a great set.
Alright, be right back, guys. I'm gonna go toilet. Insomnia is done pretty much.
The playmaker that we talked about in that Buzzwole gets poached immediately. Caught. High Five puts enough pressure on to take it down instantly. And from then on, it was just the dominoes falling. They kept picking up KO after KO after KO, chipping at Rayquaza. Beautiful Ray fight from High Five, who has had 2 impressive Rayquaza fights against Insomnia now.
Yeah, you can really see what High Five's trying to do in these games. Great engagements, right? Didn't really work out in the first game. They won on the refight. But that second one, they saw their opportunity. They took what they wanted, and they were able to cash in this time with a convincing win. Now we're trying to stack our scores up to make sure we can get our points in, as we've got a counter pitch going on for Insomnia.
Yeah, we're looking for it with 30 seconds left. Suicune looking for a massive freeze right here. Dodrio moving in with the drill peck, but no, the points continue to rain in. 341, 574. Leafeon Ho-Oh on the other side. It looks like there isn't going to be enough in the pockets of Insomnia to deal with those Hundo Burgers. 341, 774. High Five with a masterful Rayquaza fight, absolutely shutting down Insomnia, and it can just be down to one mistake like that, Stacks. When you see that Buzzwole go down, High Five engage, they put everything towards the side of Insomnia, and they won a huge fight.
I want to say, I mean, the story of High Five here to me is taking advantage of opportunities. We called out 2 in the first game, and man, was the Usakazu catch what they were looking for in that second game. And they saw it, they saw the opportunity, they took it and did not squander it, and find themselves 2-0 in the first match of the Pokemon Unite World Championships.
I mean, you gotta say, Insomnia, I think, looked great in some of these moments in these 2 games. In fact, they had an incredible Ray fight in game number 1. but High Five just really seemed to have more coordination in some of these big fights when it counted. The refight in game 1, and then that entire fight in game number 2. They were just very much in control of that match. You know, so much so that you have this unbelievably powerful Pokemon in Latios, but once the team starts falling, there's no wall for them. There's no one to block for them. There's no one to superpower and peel away from that Latios. It just can't do what it needs to do. It needs to hit 3 or 4 Dragon Pulses.
Alright, I'm back.
Fight, and they couldn't make it happen.
No. Let's talk about that Rayquaza fight one more time as we see these teams congratulating each other.
GG, bruh. What a waste. Insomnia used to be really strong, but the way they played it is quite disappointing.
Which trapped Mamoswine in the back line, which allowed Ice to fly over top, and that's why we saw once the other players from Insomnia that were caught in the Suicune Unite, they were immediately knocked out with the follow-up, and it pushed Mamoswine so far back that they couldn't frontline for anybody. And really just masterclass execution and great reaction by High Five to how Insomnia reacted to that catch and made sure to wipe them off the map. Well done.
Yeah, incredible match too. We knew it was going to be an exciting matchup between the ACL winner and the runner-up, right? High Five looking fantastic. Insomnia having a great showing. You can still see them in day 2, but they lost to the biggest threat in their group. After a win like that, while it's not assured, you have to assume High Five is going to have a great rest of the day, and we will see them.
Definitely.
All right.
Like they're going to be in pole position here.
Let's play for a little bit. I'll just use the sound effect from the stream
Big moments here. You really saw
for now.
Insomnia start to have some
Okay.
great fights in game number 2, even though they were behind on score here. But there was the moment.
Hold up.
Buzzle
Oh, my
already
cable
down
is
right now,
tangled.
Massive Unite. And I was thinking about this a moment ago. I couldn't remember if that is how it happened. It was the Suicune Unite, and then perfectly timed Mew to Y Unite right now.
Alright, okay.
To get another stun. Dodrio just a little too late for that secure. High Five takes a huge.
It was our MVP here.
Oh,
for
the-
High Five is
the MVP is Leaf Leon.
8 knockouts, a boatload of points, and really made their presence felt without a doubt.
Yeah, this is one of those Pokemon we were talking about yesterday a lot, wondering if Leafeon would make it through a lot of games. It's still a powerhouse, and when it's played by a coordinated team, it takes advantage of the fact that it is a speedster that becomes unbelievably good at level 4. The only one in the game that really can put pressure on like no other. You saw it in that game right there. They kept the pressure on. It didn't stop. Beautiful fight with Regieleki. Then they pushed towards that tier 2. Game 1 felt like a lot closer. Game 2 felt like High Five was in control.
I agree. Signs of life in game 2 definitely from Insomnia.
No question.
But the scale was definitely tipped in favor of 9-4 and High Five in that mix. Interesting draft strategies by both of these teams. Latios, Punneltech didn't really get off the ground, couldn't take flight in that game, and that was intentional.
Yeah.
That was very intentional. You said it's a scaling Pokemon. It can get there quickly, but if it doesn't, it feels like a slog.
Yeah, it's really tricky, right? If you can get this Pokemon online, especially if you can pick up some KOs, steal away some wild Pokemon, start to charge up that Aeon power early, it snowballs in such an incredible way. It just becomes more and more and more powerful throughout the match. But a great team on the other side can shut that down, at least slow it down so much that it's not as potent when you come to the end game. And as you talked about earlier, with the meta shifting as the tournament continues, we've seen Ho-Oh look pretty fantastic. We saw Char look pretty good. This is our first look at Latios, and it didn't stun.
Right. Is this one of those rank ladder demon Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't necessarily translate too well into the competitive environment because everybody is so good and everybody understands how all the Pokemon functions so well that it can't really take advantage of what it can do, which is snowball early. And when you consider, or when you juxtapose Latios to Suicune Ho-Oh, Suicune Ho-Oh are impactful immediately. Out of the gate, they are strong.
Yes.
Latios not so much. So when you give yourself that type of early game advantage and push it like High Five did, you can really make the scaling effect of Latios be completely irrelevant.
Yeah, and there is really a question as to how much Latios we will see today because of moments like this and because of how good teams are on the other side. I mean, if you look at Latios, I don't want to, you know, put myself in a hyperbolic chamber right here, but if you can't get this thing going, it might be
hyperbaric chamber.
Oh, is it? If you can't get this thing going, then...
Oh, coming up next is Stamina Esports versus Orange Juicers. If you guys followed my North America Championship live stream, you have known that Orange Juicers are pretty strong.
Go! But like, don't go. But the go to break, but you guys stay here.
It's so hard.
4 minutes, eh? Let's go.
Make sure you catch all the action. Capture all the battles.
Gear up for glory.
For the background sound, I'm going to use the sound from the stream, from the World Championship stream, so that in case I miss them, you guys can let me know as well. Okay, come on, give me Latios. I really want to train my Latios, guys. Alright, we have switched the Latios up. Let's go! I want to watch Paper Rex though, because Paper Rex is from Singapore.
NAIC to here. We traveled the world together.
Asakura, are you there? Do you see this? Oh, hold on.
Now it all comes down to this. The stage is set.
Asakura, look at this.
Be fierce. And the excitement is just beginning.
Oh my god, it's covered by my overlay. Okay, never mind then. Unique coaching is coming out in Group E, by the way.
It's gonna be legendary.
I'm not even sure whether any of these music are like copyrighted or not, but the last time I watched Championship, the Pokemon Unite Championship, some parts were copyrighted, so I had to mute some parts. I know the background music doesn't match, but doesn't matter. Wow, Zarini. Oh. Okay, we got it.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2025 Pokemon Unite World Championships in Anaheim, California. We already had one incredible matchup. We're about to see yet another one. Hi, everyone. My name is BusterzG, joined as always by Wonder Chef. How you doing, my friend?
I'm great. My first time here in California. No, I'm just kidding. I live 40 minutes away from here. I'm excited. First time I don't have to travel to one of these events, but I can't believe we're already here. You know, this has been maybe the most wild season that we've ever had. Almost certainly the most wild season we've ever had. And we're at the end. We're at the end. It's, I mean, the first match that we got to see of the day is the perfect example of what I expect to see for the rest of this weekend. It is the most ridiculous set of teams, and it's only going to get better.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic match. I think that last one we had teams invading more than playing regular path gameplay. So this is going to be a fantastic tournament, no matter what. We got to see a rematch of the Asian Champions League finals in that last set. That was incredible. We're going to be looking at two very exciting teams in this next matchup coming up here soon. By the way, we're going to have North America's Orange Juicers versus Stamina Esports of Latin America.
This is going to be so good as well. I mean, this is going to be Vegas. It'll be guaranteed. We're going to have so many amazing matches. We're going to start to see upsets. Obviously, that last match was, I don't know if you consider it an upset, but it was like a run back of what we saw earlier in the season. So, in a way, we're already getting some cool results. And this one as well, there's a little bit of a question mark. Obviously, these teams have had some experience against each other in the region, but Orange Juicers has had a really interesting history, specifically against North America so far. And then also, actually, Stamina had some pretty interesting history against North America so far in the final stretch, where once they got to the bracket stage, they only played against North America. Right? I believe they beat version 1 and then lost to LG. So they didn't get a chance to play Orange Juicers. Now they get to kind of play all the qualified teams.
Exactly, yeah. We're in the North American Gauntlet, which is pretty well represented in this World Championships. I think 5 North American teams represented throughout the group stage. But of course, there's quite a few Latin American teams making this tournament as well. Specifically for Latin America, we've got 3 squads representing that region, which is really, really cool. I don't know if we've ever had that amount of teams at a World Championship before all make it in attendance. But it's, of course, Stamina Esports is a team that you and I have actually gotten to commentate quite a few times over the years. Honestly, covering Pokemon Unite, but we have some really fun players on there. I know you and I talk about it all the time, but Reggie, one of our favorite players to cast over at any given time, just plays crazy Pokemon picks. So exciting, a lot of action coming in this matchup. But on the other side, with Orange Juicers, you have a team that does try to rely on a lot of range damage and more like defensive play often, but they got that dive element that they can throw into it every now and then as well.
Right, which I think is going to be really important this weekend. I mean, I think just taking a look at even our previous match, we can see a little bit of kind of what's in the meta, and we have interesting decisions to be made, I feel, around ranged Pokemon in particular right now. I think there are a lot of Pokemon that are melee, brawlers, that are kind of assassins that are extremely good right now. Extremely, extremely good, a lot of defenders, but when you come to the range choices, we got a chance to see Latios, we got a chance to see Espeon, Mewtwo Y, but a lot of those have some pretty different play styles than I think we're used to, like some of these like Inteleon Mew players who maybe talk about one specific player. Orange Juicers, maybe not. But it's going to be kind of like what is the team feeling comfortable as far as their ranged choices.
Oh my god.
I was going to say, obviously, we're not going to see Flareon since it's
So
not
painful.
ranged, but we have seen some like Rhydon with some Electric Drift before, so who knows what they're going to play soon.
Yeah, one attacker pick that I don't think is going to be very common in the metagame.
Why is bottom lane so bad?
However, Orange Juicers might be the exception to that rule. It's the Alolan Raichu. This is a Pokemon that showed itself a lot in the North American Regional
There you
Championships.
go.
Orange Juicers were able to win that tournament. Kratos loves that Pokemon. Really enjoys playing the Alolan Raichu. Sees a lot of value in that more auto attacker, special attacker combo, which I don't see very often. So that could be cool. But if I got to admit, one pick that I would love to see out of OJ this weekend is Kratos on Charizard. I don't know if it'll ever make it through the man phase, but that Pokemon is a favorite of that player, specifically in Pokemon Unite. And I know Kratos has talked about it many times about how they are just waiting on a metagame for it to finally emerge and be a relevant threat. It's one of their best Pokemon, so seeing them lock that in, I think, would be so exciting.
I think it's very possible we're going to see it get through bans. I mean, already we've seen Charizard get through. We're in a meta, for anybody who hasn't been kind of following along, we're in a really wide meta right now, right?
Sure.
Basically this entire year, even when we had the kind of speedster, superpowered speedster meta, it was still wide.
It's true.
It's just like there was a lot of good options when you choose there.
A lot of new good options.
Yes,
all of a
yes.
sudden.
And some of them are still pretty good. But I do feel like the bans today are going to be very targeted to players, right?
Yes, I think it's great.
Yeah, for example, Latios was maybe one of the bans that we expected to see from a lot of teams. Suicune was one of the bans we expected to see from a lot of teams. Maybe some of the regions that played as much.
Yeah.
But both did get through in that last game, depending on what they were feeling as their own comp. And they also got banned, I believe, one time each. So it's pretty interesting to see what we're going to see throughout the weekend.
Totally agree.
And Charizard easily could be. Well, I think honestly, we're not going to see any 100% ban Pokemon. If something's going to make it through.
I totally agree. It's a bit of a match for best of 3 as well, right? We're seeing that more generic ban phase. You get the read on the metagame, your scrims leading up to this event, all your preparation. You try to ban on the things that you think are going to be the most relevant, but as soon as you play that game number 1, you start seeing how that other team plays, how they operate. Obviously, these are international matchups, so you don't have a lot of practice against these teams. Sometimes the Latin America and North America teams do practice a little bit closer of that internet connection, but still having a bit more information does translate into the ban phase quite a bit into the game 2 and potentially in game 3, once you have a bit more of a download on that opposing squad.
Yeah, one of the Pokemon that I actually expected we might see banned most of the day already got through quite a bit, which was the Ho. I think the Ho, which honestly was pretty scary to live through.
Yeah,
Ice
there's
was
no way that happens again in this set, right?
Every time we say that, it's you know how that goes.
I cast and cursed it already. We don't even know the game on stage. Let's go.
All right. But yeah, I mean, Ho-Oh is looking extremely good. Again, for anybody who hasn't maybe the meta recently, Ho-Oh got some buffs, and it's kind of back in a way that's maybe stronger than it originally was, even, but in kind of like a different way, where it brings a different set of utility, and it is so good. Obviously, it's not anything that Ice did in that last set. When I was watching it, I was like, Ice is playing obnoxiously in the best possible way. I love Ice, but he was just invading. He was just everywhere that he wanted to be. It was just perfect play, and it really made sure that Insomnia was never talking.
Yeah, it's so impressive. I mean, the story of Ho-Oh in competitive Pokemon Unite is really interesting. As soon as that Pokemon got announced and featured, everyone was like, oh, this is going to take over. This is the new defender, and ability to bring back their teammates from being KO'd, reset those timers immediately. Rejoin the fight sounds just so powerful, but just missing something that a lot of the other defender Pokemon that we have access to have, and that's that crowd control. Stunning ability, things like that. And with the recent reworks to one of Ho-Oh's moves, you're going to get a brand new one. You have access to a huge stun, and even reworking the previous moves will also give it a stun. It's a lot of utility. And you get to see some creativity with that Pokemon as well. Like in that last match, basically you can stay in the enemy central area and constantly be a nuisance, steal wild Pokemon, whatever it takes, because you simply don't need to recall thanks to Ho-Oh's passive of Regenerator. You're constantly gaining HP back. You can play very aggressively and safe at the same time. It's a bit of a dream come true for players who like to live on the annoying side like Ice.
Yeah. And honestly, I feel like there's a good chance that we might see something like that from Orange Juicers. Orange Juicers is probably one of the teams that we've seen invading more than almost.
Roland Ho sounds terrible.
I know. I don't know if I've seen it yet. It's been kind of a while. That's one thing I'm going to say about this weekend. And obviously, by the way, we're setting up this next match, so thank you for sticking with us. But that's one thing that I feel like is big for me this weekend. Is there's a few teams that I haven't seen for, I want to say a month or so, really, right? There haven't been any huge tournaments for a lot of these teams. There have been some grassroots things, but the best we can do is kind of see what they're talking about, see what some of their scrim results are, but to see what they're actually going to use is going to be really interesting.
It'd be so fun. And teams have been hiding stuff.
Yeah.
These Pokemon Unite teams at this point in time, even on the ranked ladder, they like to try to disguise some of their strategies that could be bringing into this tournament. It's going to be so fun. But, of course, it's not only these two teams participating in this event, it is a global tournament. So we can take a look at the group stage and how it's been set up. That'd be really awesome to talk about where these groups are ending up. We're just starting the day, so not a whole lot of results are pouring in yet, but some of these matchups have been so exciting. I know I talked about how High Five versus Insomnia was one of my most anticipated matchups going into this tournament because, how do we get the two ACL finalists in the same group? Great draw, Sprangles. Honestly, great, fantastic work.
Yeah, great. That's all Spraggles. Everybody thanks Spraggles for that amazing match. But no, honestly, that was one of the matchups that I was looking forward to the most as well. I think both those teams are going to do extremely well once we get into the later parts of the tournament. I would not be even a little bit surprised if they both made it out of that pool. It's going to be, it's going to be a tough call for anybody to guaranteed make it out of pools, but those two, especially with how they've been playing and having relatively close matches to each other, even though it was a 2-0, it kind of felt like it came down to one really big team fight play, especially from Ikura both games. I think we're going to see them both very, very likely day 2.
And this is a bit of footage from earlier on in the day when competitors, spectators, everybody was pouring into the venue, getting a first look at what I think, in my humble opinion, is the best world stage that we have ever seen. We have a car on the main stage. I think people were pretty wowed by that. I certainly was. And that person's got a Jigglypuff on the head.
I was just looking at that.
It caught both of our attention pretty early. A lot of celebration of Pokemon all throughout the event, in costume, in competition, wherever we can find it.
Yeah, shoutouts to Gintrax as well, one of my friends down there. You can see in the green in the bottom right. We've been doing Pokemon stuff together for years. Long time. One of our head judges now, I do believe. But this is a really cool venue, Anaheim Convention Center. I've been here a few times before. Of course, like I said, I'm from Southern California, so I've had an opportunity. But huge space that we've got this weekend. We've got halls where there's like a competitive hall. We've got a hall with a whole lot of vendors. We've got a hall that's a lot of the creator spaces, I guess. There's like pin trading and like meet and greets and autographs. I do believe someone's going to have a meet and greet later this weekend.
Oh, me. Yeah. There's going to be a few of us Unite creators up there doing it. It's going to be really fun. But there's like so many creators. There's artists, there's content creators, there's commentators. Really just a lot of things to do with this venue. Worlds is upgrading every single year. This year, obviously, no exception. So a lot of really cool things to check out. But we want to take a look back for a little bit here, I think, Wonder Chef, at the metagame throughout the entire year. This is always really interesting to look at because it fluctuates so much. But we do have picks, fans, win rate, things like that if we encompass the entire season. So let's start with pick rate. Umbreon leading the pack. Only 2 Pokemon over 3,000 picks in all of our competitions. Umbreon and Snorlax, 2 defenders, holding it down in the above 50% category.
Yeah, however, I feel like Umbreon really has fallen off recently. Snorlax, though, has been consistent the entire season. Maybe the most consistent Pokemon throughout the entire season.
I honestly, that might be a good vouch. This might be the most consistent Pokemon the entire season. We'll have to take a look at its win rate, of course. But first, we'll take a look at the ban rate. Shout out to Mimikyu being on this leaderboard. I mean, I guess Trainer LGC has played at a decent amount of events and has taken a lot of those Mimikyu bans against them. So maybe that's where it's popping up. But wow, did not expect a 24% ban rate of that Pokemon.
That is pretty high. I mean, I guess if you are getting the grand finals, which, Luminosity, they've gone to a few grand finals, I think, in their time. A couple. You get to play more games, which does mean you get to influence more bans, and Mimikyu would be a part of that. Suicune, being the newest Pokemon there, still pretty high up, and it should be as well this weekend.
All right, and of course, some win rate throughout the entire season. We do get into some pretty niche stats here, of course, because we just saw Pokemon like Snorlax with over 3,000 games played. Of course, the measure is going to be a little bit lower. So I want to point out a Pokemon who has an impressive win rate and amount of games played. Look at Inteleon, knocking on the door of 1,000 games played, 58% win rate, and then Psyduck actually breaking that barrier of 1,000 wins and a 59% win rate. So these 2 water-type Pokemon doing exceptionally well. And honestly, shout out to water types in this whole graphic. Win rate looking great.
Water types have always been good Pokemon
and
Unite.
Normal types, I guess. Okay, water normal, good type to be in Pokemon Unite.
in Pokemon Unite, at least. But of course, this graph may be a little bit misleading for this weekend. I do feel like there were some real power spike moments in the season for a lot of these Pokemon. I mean, Dodrio and Greedent, you can see the wins are pretty low, the actual numbers. Dodrio I'm a little bit surprised on, but Psyduck, Inteleon, Gyarados, I believe all of them probably worse at the current moment than we've seen them when they were getting these win rates.
Yes, like, not that they're not going to do great at this tournament. They do have the potential to do so, but we're remembering tournaments past where these Pokemon were truly in a league of their own in some of these matchups. But looking at this data off this graphic with a water normal, I think If we ever hear that Babarrel is on its way to Pokemon Unite, I think everyone should run and cower in fear because it will be truly the most powerful Pokemon to ever touch the game.
That's guaranteed. Zoink said it.
Yep.
If it's ever wrong, of course, you can follow.
Of course,
Zoink's
don't tell me.
Yeah.
That's the rule.
But okay, so one interesting pick that I want to talk about here is Gyarados. When we saw ACL, right,
Yeah.
which was the last time that we got to see a lot of these teams play against each other. I would say there's two really big tournaments, there's ACL in those final stretch, and this is the only time we got to see huge, really big international matches. Gyarados was making a huge splash, unintentional, a huge splash in that tournament. Specifically, Insomnia had some of the best Gyarados usage that we've ever seen, and that's a big reason why they won that tournament for sure. But now that it's out of the meta a lot more, I'm interested to see how a lot of these teams do without it. It's a Pokemon that was able to play multiple roles in its own way, because it not only was it able to kind of carry with damage, but it had an incredible initiation. It had really strong chase, especially with that speed buff that they gave to that Unite move. So you were able to kind of cover a lot of slots and wear a lot of hats with that.
It's got a great new hat, by the way. I adore the Battle Pass Pirate hat they gave that Pokemon. But actually, let's talk a little bit about that top hat, where Gyarados normally hangs out, the very frequent role for that Pokemon in competitive play. We talked about the bottom path a little bit earlier, the attacker selection maybe getting a little bit slimmer, but the top side does have some interesting Pokemon. In the last matchup, we saw a Pokemon I think we're going to see a ton of in that Buzzwole. I think it's going to be a very, very important Pokemon for this tournament. It feels like it has an off tournament, and then it has a great tournament. And I think the pendulum is swinging towards great tournament. However, it can be feast or famine, as we saw Insomnia's Buzzwole getting knocked out a little prematurely in some of these team fights. And, well, we saw what happened. High Five takes full advantage of it.
Right. That's one of the biggest things about Buzzwole, is that it's very, very high potential, and it has been for 2.5 years or whatever, basically. But
since release.
Basically, since it came out. Yeah, which I think is about 2.5 years. Maybe it's actually less than that. But whatever, don't quote me on that time. It's
not
fake.
good at math.
I'm terrible at especially remembering time. But it's really, really strong. However, its weakness is that it really does need to kind of pop off to continue to be super strong late in the game, right? If you just play kind of an average game with Buzzwole, it still can be really impactful because it can really shut down other top path Pokemon, which is one of the biggest reasons why you choose it. But in the last team fights, it can be kind of like picked off relatively easy. You need to just keep going, basically, to snowball with it. And we got to see some interesting choices on the other side as well, right? Where we saw the game where Serena and Blaziken were both picked. And for a moment, we were like, oh, like, who are they going to send? You know, who are they going to send where exactly? It did end up being Blaziken. That's been a classic as well, top path matchup, Blaziken versus Buzzwole for years as well. So I do think we're going to see a really, really wide pool of top path Pokemon.
Yeah. One we didn't see in the banning phase or the pick phase in that last matchup that I think we have a very high likelihood of seeing in this matchup is going to be the Zacian. This is such a powerful Pokemon. It used to be even more formidable for sure. However, I have heard rumors in the scrim data that this Pokemon is doing extremely well, both here in the West and as well in some of these Eastern teams. So I think this is going to be a pretty relevant Pokemon, and I do know that OG really, really enjoys playing that Pokemon. He's a very strong Zacian player. So I'm looking forward to seeing some of that, and actually I'd be kind of shocked if we didn't see it happen in this next matchup.
Yeah, we had a pretty strong Zacian meta for a while as well, right?
Yeah.
So we are going to have, it's one of those Pokemon too that it's not like it's like, oh, all of a sudden like these teams need to learn how to use Zacian and play around it. It's been so good for so much of the game's life, or its life as, you know, since it's been released, that these teams all pretty much know exactly how to fit it into their comps.
Exactly.
And they don't have to really worry about it. It's also not one of those Pokemon that you need to like play around fully. Obviously, you kind of have to deal with like the Eos energy aspect, but you can kind of just let it do its own thing, and it is kind of self-sustaining in its own way. And if the players obviously know how to play in that way, which they all pretty much do, they're already pretty practiced. So I would like to see that. Also, I feel like just in general, one thing that's in our current meta is a lot of AoE damage.
Yeah, that's true.
A lot of the current meta Pokemon, they do either, you know, targeted AoE, or they just kind of accidentally do a lot of extra damage. The Charizard is another one of those where you can kind of accidentally do a lot of damage to a big group if they just happen to be standing next to each other. Latios has a ton of kind of accidental big AoE damage. You are very incentivized to not stand exactly next to each other. But Zacian has kind of like a longer AoE range, so it plays into that even more, I would say.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if that'll fall off a little bit if we start seeing some more pocket-themed supports, like really focused on healing support picks. I'm thinking like Alcremie or even Clefable, who have been strong in the past, but we're not seeing too much of them these days. Looks like teams still kind of electing for just double the bulk, double the crowd control. Like we saw the Ho-Oh Snorlax be so successful, or even the Suicune being in the mix instead of a more traditional support or healer, something like that. So that's going to be interesting. I do think that is going to be very relevant to the Orange Juicers conversation. However, Wonder Chef, you and I have had the opportunity to cast Stamina quite a few times. A lot of those players, they like to make these matches pretty quick, if at all possible. A lot of speedsters, a lot of dive really tends to be the functionality of these teams and has been kind of a defining factor of the Latin America regions, both North and South.
Right. I mean, especially you were talking earlier about Reggie. Reggie is a big reason why that happens, whatever team he may end up being on.
Strong argument for the best trio in the world, I think.
Ooh, that's pretty heavily contested, if I'm being honest. That's I mean, you're gonna have to fight Spriggles for that one, I think, too.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Again, Reggie will have to. He's my champion.
Oh yeah. He's playing for you by proxy.
Yes, exactly. I like to get professional players to fight my battles.
Oh yeah.
We've all seen my stats.
I guess I haven't seen whatever this new one is, the Garchomp one.
I don't think anyone needs to actually.
Yeah. We'll figure that one out. But yeah, I agree. They do tend to play pretty fast, but also Orange Juicers tend to play pretty fast. So I do feel like this is going to be another aggressive match. We saw aggressive match for our first match of the day, Insomnia and High Five, who were honestly playing more aggressive than I'm used to seeing them. They're not like slow teams by any means, but boy, that was a wild back and forth. So I do think we're going to see something similar, and a lot of it is probably, in my eyes, going to be another thing that we're going to talk about, which is supporter picks. And supporter picks are really interesting right now. Another thing that I want to talk about is, as far as getting into this kind of current meta, as we have seen some new support come out with the Alcremie. We've seen a lot of choices of kind of using other Pokemon that are like a little bit more defender-based to be supporters. This entire season, of course, we've seen a lot of kind of attackers be chosen as supporters, but I don't know exactly what every team's going to do. I think what High Five did was really, really strong, and that might be a strategy we're going to see even more.
Yeah, I do think just Ho-Oh plus anything with an experienced share will do very well. I think it'll function great as a defender. You could have something slot into even the second defender position, or maybe more of a supportive finish, like we did see with the Suicune. And then on the other hand, Ho-Oh plays more of the support alongside that Snorlax. So a bit of an exchange can create some really interesting opportunities. I have to admit, I was pretty high on the idea of healing-focused supports going into this tournament. I thought maybe the metagame was turning a new corner. We might see some of that HP restoration become important, but in our one match worth of data, it seems like that might not be the case. Featuring more crowd control and more engagement tools really feels like the great option. There's not many supports that can do both of those things. Umbreon and Blissey might be the only two contenders that kind of fall into that spot. Mr. Mime, if you really want to stretch that definition. But not many supports can kind of do both great.
Yeah. There are certainly some options as well that we couldn't have seen. Well, there's one option we couldn't have seen, which is Hoopa, because that was, I think, the only... No. Hoopa and Lucario both full banned in the last set. But Lucario we're not talking about right now. So Hoopa, one that I do expect we're probably going to see banned a decent amount. You can see on stage now, Orange Juicers and Stamina sitting down. It's good to see them. Hey, there's Flareons, and oh, that is a cool big Vileplume.
Yeah, wow. Okay, how do I get that Vileplume plush?
You go on stage and you steal it.
You go to the Pokemon Center to purchase it. What are you talking about?
Oh, well, either way works, whatever floats your boat.
I am going to steal it.
All right, I think that's totally fine.
All right, perfect. I have permission.
Yeah, from me, and I make the final calls on those decisions.
On legal crime.
But okay, so what I was actually saying about this video game, and not about stealing things from Orange Juicers, is that Hoopa is going to be huge this entire weekend, as it is one of those Pokemon that can, the support Pokemon that can play multiple roles. And I think that that's what happens once teams get more options as far as picks for any role, and are just better at playing kind of everything, is that the more roles that a Pokemon can take take up, the more valuable it is. And we see that from Ho-Ho, like you just said. We see it from some of the supports. I think Hoopa can do great in, as far as supporting your teammates and being in those team fights and helping with engages because it allows your teammates to like teleport in. And I think we're going to see that from kind of just everything. Gyarados as well was another example that I gave where it was able to initiate and kind of be the carry.
Yeah.
But we'll see which ones we actually do end up seeing.
Yeah, wow. A Pokemon that can initiate, carry, support, defend. We don't have many options like that can truly quadra or even pentaflex in terms of roles. Feels like Ho-Oh might be the Pokemon standing alone on that pedestal, but Suicune is a pretty good argument for that same position as well. And like you said, Hoopa also filling so many of those checkboxes that you want to see in a successful competitive Pokemon in this game. But the team on your screen right now, this Orange Juicer squad, they play all those Pokemon. They play even more. They are a squad that does have the ability to dive pretty deep into those Pokemon selection pockets. Things like Sableye, the Mr. Mime I mentioned before. Some really creative support picks can come out from Roland. I think a contender for one of the best supports in the entire.
I completely agree on that. One of the most flexible supports in the entire world. There's some really strong support players that are really particularly good at like one or two Pokemon or like one particular style, right? Like they're really good at like kind of sticking with their team or supporting a carry or whatever. But Roland can do a whole lot of everything, and that allows them to be really flexible as far as their team comps. So I'm excited to see what they're going to do. And one pick that I'm interested to see if we're going to see at all, really, or well, I should say commonly this weekend, is one that Roland was choosing a lot, which is the Psyduck. I think Psyduck is another one of those Pokemon that during its peak, it could do all of those things. It could initiate, and it could carry, and it could support, and it could, just name roll here. Yeah. But, of course, Psyduck is not exactly the strength that we've been seeing it at the moment. But they were just so good at using it. I think that was one of the teams, I think North America in general was quite good at using Psyduck. There were a lot of great Psyduck players, and the style, it's really hard to replicate with any other support right now.
Yeah, it's interesting the changes that Pokemon has seen, by the way, in terms of why it's gone a little bit off of the normal meta selection. I think it's still going to be a powerful Pokemon, but the major changes that Pokemon have received have been more skill-intensive reworks. I mean, Psychic, the biggest change to that move is the hit radius is a whole lot smaller. I've had the chance to talk to a few of these teams that were practicing over the last couple of days for this event, and a lot of them mentioning that Psyduck is still going to be a pocket pick for a lot of these teams. Like, if they trust their aim, they trust the ability, Psychic is still an incredibly powerful move on this Pokemon. The amount of crowd control you could set up, the amount of control you have over the enemy Pokemon as soon as that ability lands is incredibly strong. I think we still see that pick, and I think this Orange Juicers team a strong contender to take it, but Stamina Esports, they also have some very good players in that support and defender category as well.
That's true. That's true. Again, they're a little bit more of like an aggressive team, but they are a team that I feel like they really pull together like a solid core so that their aggressive players can push forward and be aggressive. So the defender choice, I feel like we're just going to go through every single role right now. Sure. The defender choice and the support choice, they are, like you were kind of mentioning earlier, they're getting a little bit more interchangeable in a way, right?
Sure, yeah.
Where, especially, I do believe that started a whole lot around Psyduck. We started to see around Psyduck's release where it was kind of like, okay, the supporters are just anything that can kind of survive at this point, but especially just with releases like Suicune since then, and, currently the way that Ho works, there are a lot of really good options for kind of playing a supporter that just supports. That's awesome. The sunglasses.
I know.
I need the sunglasses. I'm going to steal those.
It's become a bit of a token showcase from Stamina Esports, I think, at these tournaments. I'm really excited this team is competing here at Worlds because they have had a chance to compete at a few of our international championships, even this year, thinking back to their EUIC performance when they did showcase Gengar on the main stage, which of course is fantastic. But this Slowpoke with the sunglasses, it's a great look, and I'm very happy we're seeing it again.
It's seeing us right now. It's kind of hiding there behind the graphic, but
we see you.
It's so scary.
Not very good at hide and seek. The Slowpoke with sunglasses on, yeah.
Well, it wasn't ready, It's going to move. It's a Slowpoke. It takes a while.
Exactly.
Yeah, but talking about these teams, again, LATAM North is a region that's been doing very well for now quite a few seasons. I feel like they've really, they were kind of sticking to, I would say, some pretty specific teams doing well when they first started kind of doing their best. And now there's been a lot more like kind of like mix-ups of which good players are on which teams, and we are starting to see them all be good. I mean, there was definitely some domination within that region for a little bit, but I do think that pretty much every team from that region is looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, some roster fluctuations before this World Championships, I think have kind of put question marks around Stamina Esports specifically, but as a trio, you're right. This region is looking really, really strong. You got Stamina Esports, of course, Santos Laguna also in that crew, and then I believe CSCM Esports also going to be attending this event. So a ton of great players at this tournament, and I think we're looking at one of the strongest. At the very minimum, we're looking at the team with by far the most experience on these main stage events. Stamina Esports have competed in World Championships in the past, and like I already mentioned earlier, those international championships are just invaluable experience.
Which, of course, a lot of experience on the other side now, too, for a team that is, it's weird to say this now because they're not a new team, but considerably newer than I would say a lot of the players on Stamina have been as far as, I guess, playing together. Is that correct? Maybe not quite. Maybe that's not exactly accurate. Because they've been a pretty strong core on Orange Juicers. Yeah, so
like 2 years. This is their second year, though.
Yeah, it is their second year, but also with the changes to Stamina, maybe that's not quite accurate. I was going to say Stamina's been together a little bit longer, but maybe not quite.
I think the core of Stamina Esports has been together even since Yokohama, so has had a lot of work together, just slightly ahead of Orange Juicers in terms of that pace.
Yeah, just barely. But regardless, the point is both of these teams have a lot of experience at in-person events. There are only a few teams, I think, that we have this weekend that do not have that much experience at in-person events. I think, version 1, they have some, though they're not completely, experience-less. I think EX, oh look, Roland was waving to us. EX from Korea, I believe maybe has not been an in-person event. I'm not 100% sure on that.
Yeah, a couple of the Japanese teams as well. Obviously Insomnia, as I mentioned, that we just got to see. And then QT Dig will also be making their first international championship performance. Here, a lot of members of both Reject and Zeta Division have had quite a bit of international experience in terms of the global stage. Obviously, Asia Champions League did give some of these teams a bit of a chance to play international opponents. I think QT Dig's still not involved in that one either, though. So this is going to be truly their first chance to go up against the world. I'm excited to watch that team a little bit later today.
Oh, yeah. I'm excited to watch pretty much every team.
Yeah, it'd be hard to name a team that I'm bummed about.
I'm
excited about every single squad on this
Get them off broadcast. All right, how about we get this team off broadcast if they don't let Flareons go center area Hoopa?
Oh, okay. I like that. Raise the stakes, Wonder Chef.
I talk about it every broadcast. It's never going to go away, and they're never going to let him do it.
If it happens, I'm sure.
See if it's even available. So, if you were to make a guess as to what the bans were going to be, targeted bans maybe, or just bans in general for both of these sides, what would they be? Because I do feel like we have some sort of idea just because we've seen these teams so much.
I think the safe money is going to be on Ho-Oh banned 4 times. In every universe, I think Ho-Oh gets banned in this next draft, which we are going to be jumping into, Wonder Chef. Let's do it. Orange Juicers going to lead this ban phase. A Sableye ban. Did you predict that one?
No, not. Oh, no, okay, it's backwards. Yes, this is going to be a Sableye ban from Stamina.
Oh,
which
makes
does make a lot more sense.
Understood, okay.
So we are going to be seeing the Sableye targeted out, which does make a lot of sense. I feel like we probably only have one Sableye left. Or who else play Sableye?
Yeah, we got a few players, especially on the international squads. Just a couple of the Japanese players do really enjoy playing that Sableye. And even some of the other Latin American North teams, I think, look forward to Santos Laguna potentially bringing out that pick as well. But okay, this is going to be the Orange Juicers on the orange side, of course. That had to happen. Fate, they knew it. Yep. And they will be selecting the Galarian Rapidash and the Latios. Okay, Galarian Rapidash is one of my picks to watch during this tournament. I think it is going to be such a formidable Pokemon, even with some of those recent nerfs that's received. So look out for this Pokemon.
Right.
I didn't predict Tyranitar. Well, I kind of did, but don't worry about that one.
Yeah, we'll talk about that if it ever happens. The Absol on the other side, that's going to be pretty interesting. We haven't seen too much like full speedster play yet. Yeah. And then the Buzzwole, which is looking to be the most consistent pick maybe that we're seeing so far. We're also seeing the Snorlax get pretty far down as far as the picks go. I thought that might have been stolen away a little bit earlier.
Yeah, a surprising selection. I mean, Galarian Rapidash with such strong favor. That is very interesting. but does have its own crowd control. A very amazing
yeah.
Pokemon at doing so. Smart Strike, one of those powerful abilities. And we will see Dodrio in this draft, by the way, not from Reggie, but instead from Kratos, a notable bird Pokemon enjoyer. Loves the Talonflame, loves the Dodrio. So those high speed, high damage selections, they are all about it.
Yeah, we've got a few bird enjoyers, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know why, that's just an archetype, but
Is
it
Latios
is.
a bird? A debate that we will have to have throughout
we
this
do not have to have that at all, at all.
All right.
But the comp from Orange Juicers, I love. I mean, I think these are solid comps on both sides. My biggest question mark, I would say, overall, is why Crustle and why Crustle so early would be my big question, right? I mean, Crustle, good, but I mean, have you heard any rumblings about Crustle being, like, terrifying?
Very funny. I do like the rumblings.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's very, very solid. Well, I think we did see it from this team specifically in the past. However, I haven't heard that it's dominating the metagame or anything like that. I think it is still one of those second-tier defenders. I would consider Snorlax to be a lot more stronger, but Stamina Esports, last time we saw them, one of the kind of criticisms we gave that team is we just saw so much slow grab out of that team. It was almost the 100% pick rate from that squad. And starting to see a little bit more flexibility, though, I think is exciting, and it does pair very well with some of these attacker Pokemon with the Espeon. The question I have for the other side, though, Wonder Chef, is this Orange Juicers Flareon's on Latios. And I think it's a pretty big question mark. Is this Pokemon as powerful as I think the general populace thinks it is? Very strong attacker, but here we go. Let's get into it. It will be our first game. We're gonna have a quick pause on screen, though. I took a really big breath before saying that, so I'm gonna say this is very excited. We're going to a quick pause.
Or we could say it really, really slow. We could be like, let's get started.
Exactly.
With game. Like, I think they're actually starting it, so I'm trying to hold it, but
Yeah, it's gonna be a
maybe
long
not.
extension if we're gonna keep that one. All right.
We are actually getting back in. But yeah, great question as well as we get here into the first match. Going back out of the pause and immediately, what was that? We just immediately unpause. Roland, of course, where he is 90% of the time.
Wow, okay, so Roland will secure the first central area Pokemon of the game on the opposite side. So Frank will not be able to secure on the Absol, and the Ponyta will take the first objective. They're going to be sporting that red buff at the start of the game.
This might be the best meta for Roland ever. Okay, hold on a minute. Roland, yeah, because going to be able to escape. Another Pokemon that's going to be so hard to take down once they get the invade, but they should be able to catch right there eventually. But, I mean, do either with that or with the Ho-Oh or with you, I mean, the Band Away, Sableye. There's just so many options, and that's going to build so much space, I think, for kind of building up a late-game Latios for Flareons.
Yeah, also just getting the Galarian Rapidash online a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
You know, it does have the experience share. It could be held back, but now stealing a lot more experience, you're going to have access to Smart Strike a lot earlier. Zugrog showing no fear, trying to open up.
I go turret first, guys. Right back.
A lot of damage and is able to secure a knockout on the Absol, but it is a trade 1-for-1 Crustle. Gonna get that last hit on a Kratos. Big stun from Reggie. The Zugrog covered by Flareons. Great duo here in the bottom half.
Yeah, this is going to be a very scary path. You can see the stat on the bottom. They got a 70% win rate in this season, but 71 from stamina. 1% difference. big stat change. But I am
Interesting though, yeah. I mean, both these teams I think could be sported as having incredible regional success, being a major story between these squads. We're only going to try to bail as Sherlock, you had another name change for this tournament, shout out, will get a KO streak of 2 on this Zacian. Great early damage.
That's another one of those. I mean, you were talking about that as potentially the top half pick, the Zacian, but the top half matchup that could be a little bit tough depending on who's with you. And right now, Zugrug getting caught out, not going to be able to make it out of there. Tried his best. Honestly, that was pretty good, but just was able to, I mean, get caught by 4 people. What are you going to do?
Reggie just landing some really wild hits on this Espeon. I mean, that was the way they shut down that very first invade of the game, was a very, I would say, latent hitbox on that Psyshock, and now just landing so many of these. It's been really tough for Orange users to deal with this threat in particular. I feel like they've kind of found an answer for Frank's Absol, at least in the early game, but Reggie's Espeon has been a challenge until Flareon really gets a lot of stacks on this Latios. Not going to have very much range threat to deal with.
Yeah, we are going to see a pretty safe Flareon so far. Not been the one who's been getting picked off, but everybody else on the side of Orange Juicers basically has. And I mean, it's because this burst damage is so high. Psyshock plus Absol plus Zacian, plus you get Rock Tomb 1 time, and it's just like, okay, well, I'll see you later.
Yeah, exactly. And take a look at this topside matchup. OG barely are getting to level 7 now, and Sherlock is already at level 8.5. So this has been a landslide of domination on the top side. Actually, with that quick portal towards the top side means that they will be able to threaten, take the Registeel since that tier 1 goal zone was already broken, and bring the team up to threaten the Regieleki as well.
Oh, and we're going to see Pachi get caught a little bit. They're going for the Reggie, and it is going to be going to Stamina once again. Double objective, a great way to start things off. They are going to be defending and jumping in, but they just get melted. Flareon's not going to escape this one either, and the Regieleki going in. Everything going the favor of Stamina Esports.
Wow, I mean, Orange is just trying to take a pretty risky fight there to defend.
All right.
Combo with that Buzzwole, and unfortunately, due to the Absol's timing of their attack, just kind of misses. So Buzzwole caught kind of in the midst of the enemy team. No one will be there to
They need to up their streaming game, guys. Like, I mean, it's very blurry somehow.
Another big thing is that we haven't been able to see Roland really get over to the empty center area very much after that first time. So it kind of feels like Stamina Esports has been given a lot of space, and they've been leading in each path, basically. So I feel like the only way that we really make a big comeback here is we've got to see Flareon's pop off in the late game. I'm not sure exactly what we're going to see from Visto Trio going in very, very far, but so far it just has not worked out.
great cover for both Crustle and BSG on there, timing their ground control abilities just off tempo enough.
Oh, the Latios doesn't have enough damage. The Latios needs to. Woo! The Latios needs to farm more.
Set up for another overdunk attempt at that 5 minutes. Orange is just rallying back to the defense, though.
Jeez, this is looking so tough. The rotation down with the Hoopa portal. That's going to be pretty much everybody down on bottom. Going to take this base Reggie potentially very, very quickly. The secure that we have on the side of Orange Juicers, not super scary. The ability to steal is not going to be huge. And right now, they're just getting spaced out anyway, pushed all the way back. First big
JCN is I would say pretty unusual peak, eh? Wow.
They still don't get him down. 2 down on the side of Orange Juicer. Stamina are running them over.
Oh my word, this Crustle is just truly immortal. Into the enemy side.
I don't understand how the left draft is able to make it work. Like JCN, Absol, I mean. Shoot, I didn't really pay attention to the early game. It kind of snowballed for Absol. Absol is level 13. This is bad.
All the rotations have been so good. Zuckerberg just running forward, saying, "I'm not getting out of here."
Absol can counter Dodrio as well.
Again, like I said,
oh
the
boy.
biggest potential comeback is that we could see a really strong late game Latios, but they've just gotten so far behind. And the thing, again, you know, Latios is a new Pokemon, so I'll explain a little bit for people who aren't aware. You farm stacks on that Pokemon.
Wow, Absol level 14 before Rayquaza? God damn! Dude, Orange Juicers was like really strong at the North America Regional Championship. Wow, things can really change, huh, in the World Championship. When you're strong in region, doesn't mean you're strong in the world. Oh, the Absol is no, not Absol. The Latios is starting to become painful.
This is a very good pick for them. Right now, though, they are slowly just kind of seeing if Orange Juicers are going to try to go for this Reggie Ice. 12 seconds left before it despawns. So
oh, okay.
Pretty aggressive here, though. This could be a
oh,
huge trick for Orange Juicers.
Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's bad. Kinda bad, I have to say. They have to hold like 10 seconds. Yeah, you can see
complete isolation of the Requays have been at the moment.
Orange Juices took over the map pretty quick because Stamina Esport lost Crasso.
But they at least have to start defending it. They are holding some pretty forward position. We get to see a little back cap, just barely, few points, just to kind of try and even things up. And the scoring is not huge.
Oh,
It's not
shoot.
like if they take great plays, they can't win. The big back cap's gonna work as well. They're going really deep in, and they warp once again, going to try and catch up this cross. Unite coming out though, countering, gonna get the KO in return on Latios. Lions immediately down. They need the damage. Unite coming out from the Hoopa, and they're just gonna continue to melt down this team. Unite coming out from Snorlax. Zarek maybe a little bit late on that, only able to save himself. Roland is still sticking around, but they're just burning down this raid.
Yeah, Suggerg and Roland is now in damage control, trying to hold the line as long as they can. But Reggie gonna line up that secure that SP on
Oh well,
the map. Stamina Esports gonna secure the Requays.
I guess Stamina Esports won, huh?
Level advantage. This is looking like a very clean win for the Latin America North squad.
Once again, I gotta say it, that Russell was looking amazing. They put so much focus into taking that Russell, and then it was one, two times, and it just didn't work out. They did manage to catch it out one single time, but then no resource respect. Very smart, I think, for Stamina to say, okay, just go down. We've got time to come back. But yeah, this was a key Pokemon in winning this match, guaranteed.
Well, and Orange Juicers kind of thinking the same wavelength as you. We're trying to the exact
dude, Orange Juices was my.
play around the
Wait, was it one of my top pick?
which essentially works as a super needler. For anybody who doesn't know, with a big triangle on the ground, is targeted towards the Unite moving crossover play. They're trying to slow down this defender player.
Well.
It is seriously, it has to be a very intentional game plan, but it won't work out in this game number one. And Stamina Esports holds strong.
Very, very strong.
It was very strong, yeah. They came pretty strong.
I'll stop talking about the Crustle
Let's
because
say.
I feel like I could talk about the Crustle forever, but that was a really huge reason as to why they won. And it was interesting as well. One thing that we didn't really get a chance to talk about as much is that we were talking about how they could potentially play like a very, very aggressive style. I felt like even with the Absol pick, they ended up playing a little bit more of a defensive style altogether. In their team fights, they weren't really just like rushing in and initiating, except for the moments where they just obviously had the strength advantage, which were actually kind of a lot of those team fights. But we saw a lot of times where the initiation came off the back of the Crustle getting like one kind of like pick, one really good rock tune, or they initiated, on them, right? Orange Juice were the ones who were initiating a lot of the time. Obviously, they need to make a comeback. But the style altogether, I felt like it was a little bit reactive from the side of Stamina, and it worked really well. They knew exactly how to keep their threats out of danger until they needed to kind of hit their own burst damage, what targets they hit. It was just looking perfect for them basically the entire game. Yeah.
Sick.
Also, I know we talked about this a little in our pre-ramble before they actually started this matchup, but both of these teams are 1-0 in their group fight. So, Orange Juice Cradles are 2-0 their opponent in Splash from OC, and Stamina Esports 2-0 Gen 5 from EU. So, both of these squads are going into this matchup with the exact same map and match record. Stamina Esports obviously having the first advantage from that game number one. What a lights out game it was.
Right, and again, for anybody who isn't really familiar with this format, this is a pools day so far, and we are going to see two teams make it out of every pool. So any of these matches that we're going to see, especially early in the day, there's a really good chance that both teams could make it out, but we'll have to see.
Of course, the Absol is the.
Last Worlds over in Honolulu.
Whoa, his item is almost the same as mine, except.
I love this Absol pick, especially in Snorlax-based competitions. Absol, I think, is one of those very rare speedster-style Pokemon. I was put through this category too. It's a bit of a tank buster as well as being a great assassin-type Pokemon.
Absol is actually a very strong burst Pokemon, you know? Very strong.
And as well, having those critical hits with more defenses really allows you to explode otherwise very tanky, high HP, high defense Pokemon. It's sort of tailor-made for shutting down some of these defender Pokemon. It's why I think
It's really
gonna
impressive.
have a very impressive showing this weekend with so many defenders doing very, very well.
Well, we'll see if it
Alright, round 2.
getting picked again. Probably not.
Ting ting.
List, I would have to assume there are a lot of other really good targets that Hoopa. Well, you know what? Forget it. You should not have agreed with me. That was on you.
Okay, sure. I'll take the blame for that one. That's wild. Stamina Esports will not be banning Disable, by the way. So if they have any intel from experience or even ranked gameplay from what Orange Juicers likes to play, Zambia, they might have an option. Wow.
Sick.
So they targeted the Crustle all game long.
Yeah.
And they're like, we got to start earlier. We actually have to target the Crustle earlier, and we are going to first pick it. Wow, what a call out towards this Latin American North team.
That is a huge call out. So they banned 2 picks and then they picked the 3rd pick. So they're just like, whatever you played last game, you are not playing that again. Guaranteed.
Interesting. I mean, this could be Orange Sisters getting the
That's actually a smart play. You just ban, then you just pick whatever they pick. Last game.
So Orange Sisters, like you mentioned, they banned 2 selections for the last one and first pick it, and there we go, yet another run to kick it away. Sasha is going to be picked this round.
4 out of 5 so far.
That's out.
Yeah. Orange Juicers, you know, there's like target drafts and there's this Orange Juicers targeted draft. Okay, Lapras, a Pokemon that I expected we were going to see a good amount, but I haven't heard as much chatter about it. So I'm excited to see how that one's going to do. I feel like we're seeing a lot of Pokemon from older metas and a lot of I don't know, tankiness kind of coming back into play. Not necessarily so much on the team so far, just as far as the new one.
I do think we're going to see quite a great weekend from Lapras. Of course, it is one of the tankiest in terms of special defense that we have in the entire
Sick. Wow, Alolan Rapidash. Oh, it's a good one. Maybe I can copy this one. I haven't really played Alolan Rapidash. Wait, I thought Alolan Rapidash is an attacker. But the fact that he used that items, no, it's an all-rounder. So that means
Even back when Reggie was on, oh my gosh, what was the team called?
oh no, it's actually a speedster. But the fact that he used that items, that means does it mean the way he plays is like Suicune? Well, this is a good one too. Yeah, it's definitely different from my build. My build is always more on the attack side.
I do love seeing the Flareons on the Mew. Mew has never had a bad tournament in my opinion, or at least this season, and it's just tough because
I'm kind of getting
it's not an easy
hungry.
Pokemon,
Dang.
and it doesn't always fit the meta exactly. But the question is like how exactly I think they're going to use it. And right now with the item picks, it looks like it is going to be just kind of the normal Flareon's carry Mew.
Yeah, very damage focused. That drive lens, of course, going to be scaling up even more if you get knockouts or assists throughout the matchup. But a very important factor on a few Pokemon with that item is the cooldown reduction. Mew loves cooldown reduction. That Pokemon's got 6 moves to cooldown, so it can use everything it can take. That drive lens is going to be an important item in this matchup. So let's get into game number 2. Orange Juicers. Backs against the wall as they've taken their first game loss of the tournament. Stamina Esports, on the other hand, undefeated.
Once again, Roland going to be invading, going pretty deep with that Galarian and Ponyta at the moment. We'll see if it ends up taking any of those buffs. But down here on the bottom side, we're going to see a pretty scary path once we see the evolution of this Eevee. And yeah, the Galarian Ponyta does look like was able to be very, very successful. It's sitting over there.
Yeah, and we saw because poor Zorua had to come back in a path with no HP and take a citrus berry so they could keep fighting the Galarian Ponyta. So yeah, Roland having a lot of early success. Zogrug not at that level 4, but is still going to try to take the offensive position. Flareons with 19 points in pocket. Clear evidence that the bottom side is going extremely well for them.
There we go. That's what I like to see. Unfortunately, we're late to see the full action. But yes, the fact that we could see 4 players and a lot of them very low meant that I think Orange Juice's plan worked pretty well as far as things go. They did only lose 1, as we saw Roland, I believe, escape that situation. But might not do as well for them in this fight. We are going to see the re-engage down from the bottom as Kratos is going to pick up a KO as they get those first burns.
Yeah, good punish from Roland too. So OG goes in, takes a pretty big risk on Zacian. Like in that early game, they don't have access to Sacred Sword or Metal Claw. We don't know which option they're going to pick, as Sherlock did go with Metal Claw in that first game. So we'll see. But takes a pretty big risk. But of course, Ponyta there to cover with, well, I believe it's Tackle and Confusion in its early moves at the moment. Does not have access to its evolved form, and of course the newer moves it will have the choice to take. But that early damage, enough to knock out the Dodrio.
You know, side little thought here. We got to see Latios unbanned and not picked for the first time. Obviously, we're only a few games in, right?
Wow. It's encounter rate.
Encounter rate, not 100%. Imagine. Pachi, though, getting burned down as the Zacian looking very good from both sides so far. I think your call earlier was perfect. That's Pokemon we're probably going to see quite a bit. I'll admit that you're smart, even though you cursed my Absol ban moment.
Yeah. Okay, so an interesting kind of pace to check this game right now. At the 7-minute mark, we're going to the 8-minute mark. Both these teams drafting extremely strong in the early game compositions. Zacian, Espeon, Dodrio, Zoroark, Leafeon, all of these Pokemon have very impressive early spikes, but so far it's been a pretty even matchup. You can see this with a tier 1 push and a tier 2, or sorry, top tier 1 and a bottom tier 1 push simultaneously. These teams kind of moving in lockstep, but Orange Juicers did win the fight at 8 minutes around the Swablu Altaria. So if we have any kind of check so far, I'd say they are winning the matchup, but Stamina getting a nice KO out of the Mew.
Ooh, and a big pushback from that Dodrio. That's a great way to kind of steal away one of their Pokemon, get a big pick. It's not going to be easy to push onto a Zacian, especially if they can stay on the pad. Wow, Roland just barely surviving there. Playing a little bit of a Psyduck strategy, I would say, altogether with that Pokemon. But the objective, getting burnt down very, very quickly. They've got to be careful. Zacian can steal that away very well. Big beam, huge, gigantic combination right there. The beam hitting, of course, from Flareon's, and then Kratos just able to finish off pretty much. Actually, they got one apiece. That was actually beautiful.
It's so impressive. I love that. Good teamwork, of course, with the squad. You set up that damage from range. I love to call it the hammer and anvil strategy. In this case, Leafeon is, of course, the anvil. Mew Solar Beam going to be the hammer.
Of course.
If anybody needs more, you know, allegory explanations, I got you.
Yeah, we need a tier list of what blacksmithing tool every Pokemon would be. Reg's still going down.
Take this quiz. Are you a hammer or are you an anvil?
I honestly have nothing for that. But right now, OG getting pulled away. It's just so far away from what.
I appreciate your honesty. All right, Roland's not quite at level 9, but does take quite a bit of burst damage. Immediately jumps in, Smart Strike, Dazzling Gleam, does set Kratos up for a first KO. This Lapras, as tanky as it may be, Orange Juicers are the one with the level lead in this matchup. And this is what you see when a team already has kind of a chokehold, just a gripping point on this matchup. They just start taking these really far fights, really early moments, and there it is, yet another goal zone break.
And can I say this is one of the weirdest mental switches, because Orange Juicers switched sides, and then they chose or not 4 out of 5, but they chose a bunch of the Pokemon from Stamina's first game, and now they're winning in the way that Stamina was winning first game. So in my brain, I'm just like, yeah, Stamina's winning again. But every time I have to look back to reality. I don't know
if Orange Juicers knew they switched spots, by the way. They just took the entire central area spawns from the orange side of the map. So Orange Juicers trying to claim absolutely everything. They are greedy, but we do celebrate that fact here at the Pokemon Unite World Championships here in 2025.
Orange Juicers are a greedy team in general.
And we celebrate that.
Yes, we do celebrate that. Hey, we know it works, and it works right
It's working
now.
great.
Yes. We are going to have the Regieleki spawn in just a few seconds. There are a few members of Stamina up there to potentially challenge it, but it doesn't look like they're going to get all that close. They don't have very good steal on their side. Like, if they're really going to steal something, it's probably got to be the Espeon. Oh, they are going to be using that Unite just to try to get a KO here, and I like that. Waiting out the entire Unite with their own Unite coming out there. We are going to get at least 2 KOs, probably more and less. Oh my goodness, that was so much damage. Did you see that? On the way back, the Leaves did infinite damage.
Kratos popping off with his Leafeon, just has no HP. He's able to pick up a few of these KOs. Flareon's pulling off with a jet button dash to pick up even more AOS energy from there.
Wow, they're really pushing for that goal, huh?
Debuff goal zone, that's going to pay off extremely well.
Even though they died, doesn't matter as long as they scored.
In the orange side central area, in the end, it's Orange Juicers getting the payout as they break that tier 2, get a few knockouts, and have broken that 300-point mark at this point in the match.
And of course, getting that Registeel, which meant that the entire fight was done without one of their members, who is currently, their second highest level Pokemon.
Yeah.
So they are just looking exactly as good, I think, as Stamina was looking in the last game around this exact same time.
Yeah.
Maybe even better, if I'm being 100% honest. 239-point lead. They are going to continue fighting over here in the center. Not that much to do. Big Unite being popped by.
Wow, the Rapidash is so paper.
Wow, huge exit is going to catch 3, and the Rock Tomb to stop them from getting out, but nobody's really backing
The Rapidas is barely doing any damage though.
Very, very long time. However, that fight again was not
That's
really
weird.
over anything. They just wanted to fight.
You can see how hard Frank is trying to avoid Roland in these team fights. Zorark and the Goon trio, honestly, both of them being these speedster Pokemon, are so susceptible to the smart strike of the Galarian Rapidash. That stun, there's no other way to say it, it's gross. It holds you in place for so long. It has a reposition effect as well. It can be really tough for some of these squishier Pokemon to handle. And there you see, Roland has these call-ups, so perfectly teeing up their team every time.
Wow.
Frank going in, getting a solid amount of damage.
The Zorark got it perfect.
Side shock, however, just not quite enough damage to the full pick. As Regieleki is sitting up here, and if there's any time now that Orange Juice is going to maybe not really burn down an objective, it would be this exact moment. However, 20 seconds left. One of these teams would really love to take it. They aren't burning it down. Oh, geez, just going to go in with the auto attacks. No, they're going to use that for an advantage. Huge rock to him, and this is going to be the fight for the 2 minutes. Just going to be checkpointing in with the Unite from the Espeon is a great way to engage. However, it's KO'd in return immediately. We are going to see as well just even more damage line from Stamina go down. How do you take advantage of this, though, as Orange Juicers?
I mean, you got 3 Pokemon down. The trio is still up with a Unite move, so Sherlock may be the only hope for Stamina Esports at the moment. Stuns rolling, but the stun is there right back. Triple trample hits multiple targets. Galarian Rapidash is down. Rayquaza at below half HP. Sherlock also at that same rate. Side shot.
Whoa, the SPM got it. Oh my god.
Position and lands an absolutely huge skill shot the whole time. Trio.
Oh, I thought he was playing Pokemon Unite. Welcome, Tricking Type 3. Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you again.
Oh my goodness, they're still not in the lead.
I'm playing in between though. I'll be playing when they are done fighting and stuff, or they are on a commercial break. So I'll be playing during those times.
That might be safer to escort it. That's gonna be a mute boosted auto attack.
Otherwise, I'll be.
Home base if you wanted to. And yeah, we see here Reggie.
We'll be learning from the World Championship.
Who has that very unique scoring mechanic. It'll be a lot easier for Sherlock to put those points in. Right. I mean, you have the lead, by the way.
They do have the lead. I do believe probably. Oh, the Lapras Unite taking them all the way on the train. You can't stop this. We are going to see some scores going. No, immediately taken down, and the score stopped as well. Wow, there's still only a few points of a lead, but who from Orange Juicers can get to the other side? Do they even know that they do not have the lead? Yeah, it's been hard to keep track with so much back and forth. We've got to see some scoring. Leafeon's attempting in the bottom right. We are going to see an attempt to back cap. It's probably going to get stopped by the Crustle. No. Oh no, it actually went in. That might seal the deal.
It's pretty much GG already though. I mean, Stamina Esports still has the shield. What's wrong with these, man? Oh my god. The teams that we supported, they all lost. Like just now we supported Insomnia, but they lost 2-0, and then now Orange Juicers, they lost 2-0. Oh man, look at that face. That dude definitely is not happy.
You win it, and then you're like, well, what do I do now? The transfer over of the sunglasses. You're like, how do we take advantage of this advantage that we have? Unfortunately, they were just a little too slow on it and allowed Reggie to come.
Nah, dude, no emblems that the Drew is cheating.
Maybe the best secure that we have.
Really? That's impossible.
Maybe he's actually able to challenge that, but
really?
such a great play from
I did notice that. Where's that dude? Yeah, this dude over here. Where is it? Yeah, this dude. He's definitely so disappointed. Like, I don't know how you survive like that. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, at this stage, it just doesn't make sense at all. It's a freaking world championship and they play that way. They still play as if it was like what? Like a ranked game or like regional championship. That's the feeling that I get when when you watch the gameplay.
Really good stuff. I cannot believe they made that comeback. That was huge. I mean, the triple trample.
Every single thing can be a mistake.
So good.
There's a problem.
The biggest reason. Yeah. Hopefully we get a chance to see that again at some point. But I just gotta say, everything that they did to make that comeback was just absolutely gigantic. And also, again, both teams stealing away Pokemon from the other side, right? I mean, that Dodrio was on Orange Juicer's side in the previous game. So to be able to steal that away and see the value in it, even though it didn't really work out for Orange Juicers, I think it's a great amount of confidence and team knowledge, common knowledge from Stan.
Well, what a look for this team. And now they are 4-0 in terms of game score, 2-0 in match score in their group. So something absolutely great would need to happen for this team to not make it out. They are almost assuredly locked into day 2. Not to mention, will likely be having a very good seed with how well their matchup has gone. Orange Juicers, on the other hand, that matchup they're going to have upcoming against Gen 5. It's going to be so important for both those teams.
Very cool NA versus EU. Yeah, that's going to be a very cool one.
Well, that was crazy.
Ooh.
Combination right there.
The leaf here is actually very strong in this game.
This is the spot where we start to see, oh my goodness, that
Yeah, this one over here. Did they not see the Espion there?
interesting to see when you really get a chance.
Dude, look at that. Oh my god, they're so perfect for Espion. So perfect.
An absolute showcase of Dodri. So
Ah,
nice.
that one still.
Orange Juicers were having a really tough call, I think, of where to allocate
That one
resources,
still
right?
though.
Fighting over the Rayquaza quite a bit. You had a lot of burn damage, trying to make sure that you were in position to secure. But you
Oh,
were
that
also-
must have hurt so bad.
Do you really worry about Eldegoss? No, but you kind of have to.
Oh, I like the Pokemon pins.
Decisions created by just
Looks so good. What is that? Arcanine?
Yeah, there was a really good call to use. There was like a tough decision that they had to make specifically.
Oh my god, this is the second evolution of that water Pokemon.
Very, very, very late Eldegoss United as late as possible because they're going to get a bunch of health back from it, and then just to kind of outlast it, and then they were able to outlast kind of the entire fight because they started off that way. And if that had gone down quickly, would have been.
It was so impressive, but we're gonna have a chance to hear about
Sick.
the
Sick.
interview on stage. Please self doing that one. So take it away.
Thank you so much, Zoinks, and congratulations,
Alright,
Stamina. This is Jello. Give it up for Stamina, everybody.
Wait, is it from the Latin America?
Right, so welcome to the World's 2025 stage.
I think they are from the LA World LA Championship.
In the last moment to rely on that steal.
¿Cómo sentiste ese último momento cuando te robaste la
Oh yeah, correct. Yeah, they are from the regional Latin America
Todas
Championship.
las partidas nunca se pierde hasta que se termina el contador. Siempre tenemos en mente que puede ganar la última pieza.
Who are they? Sounds like
It's a moment
Mexicans.
full of adrenaline. It really shows that the match is not lost until the very moment. So we brought it back.
Yeah, it was really
They're very
close.
pro,
I think
eh?
Your play in particular as the trio with the last triple jumper really made a difference. Right, so how does it feel right now that you have played your first stage match? What's the confidence level going into the next rounds?
¿Cómo te sientes después de tu primer match del stage? ¿Cómo te sientes para el futuro?
Fuertes, cada vez estamos más confiados. Siento que mi equipo puede ser campeón del mundo, simplemente necesitamos crecer, necesitamos más confianza en nosotros, pero con...
I wonder when I'm going to represent Singapore, man. I hope Paper Rice is watching this. When is Paper Rice playing?
Our team needs to continue
Let
to
me
build
refresh the
confidence level and
page.
continue on in the tournament.
Of course, and I know
Damn, Stamina Esports won 2 games so far. Oh my god, they definitely qualify from Group A.
Back to the casters. Congratulations and thank you so much for the interview. Back to you.
Luminosity hasn't played yet.
I think you've done a great job so far in your group stage with a 4-0 start. But if you want to keep building more, by all means, we got a long tournament. We got 3.
Oh, Paper Rice has won 1 game.
Make it all the way to Championship Sunday in an arena on the main front launch. I'll make sure to tune into that one. The Stamina Esports can keep this momentum up. I think this is a team, and all of a sudden we got to start thinking about as a main contender.
I mean, I think of every team as a main contender, to be honest. I'm not trying to say I'm smarter, but they're stacked. They've been doing very, very well. But I would say that certainly as far as probably the overall preconceived notion of how the teams are doing, this is an upset, right?
I would say so. I think a lot of people, myself included, I should say, I had predicted Orange Juicer and Gen 5 to be emerging from this group. Now, with Stamina Esports picking up the wins against both of those teams, obviously my predictions are already starting to fly out the window.
Yeah. Same dude. My predictions also fly out the window. Insomnia lost, Orange Juicers lost.
That Orange Juicer Gen 5 match is really going to be a very
Okay, maybe we shouldn't, you know, judge the book by its cover, you get what I mean? We have been doing so far. Okay, so maybe for the next match, we are going to see from the draft. I think it will be fairer that way.
And, you know, I cannot wait to see more of these matches, for sure. I mean, also, I just got to point out that, you know, the OC team has a good chance of pulling up some sort of big upset for one win. They could potentially go Splash. You never know. You never know. Go Splash. But, of course, before we move on to our next matches, I just want to mention to everybody that you can log into Unite to get Gyarados for no cost. That's true. Which is a very, very fun Pokemon.
Oh, come on, I already have Gyarados. Log in to get, really? Do I need to log out and then log in again? But I already have Gyarados. Yeah.
Which is something you want to have in game, certainly, especially if you're watching right now.
This time of the year is just the best. It's anniversary time. It's Pokemon Unite World Championship time. It's absolutely so fantastic. So log in right now. Get a Gyarados Unite license at no cost, and to really celebrate with all the festivities going on. It's been such a great weekend.
Don't forget to claim all the free stuff, guys, as you guys are watching this.
The Pokemon Unite World Championship for 2025 will return.
Alright. Oh, Para Unite is the strong one as well. Shoot, I really want to root for Para Unite. But let's see, let's check out the draft. Alright, be right back. Alright, let's play a game. Wait, what is done? Hello. Let me double check real quick. Wait, are they like taking a break or something?
Right, so I mean, in fact, we have the full roster, but still, I mean. Maybe they fixed the resolution, or maybe they restarted the fix.
Let me check on the YouTube side. Oh no, they're still playing. Let me check real quick. Alright guys, let me adjust real quick. Alright, okay. Well, that's weird. Alright, let me off my game sound. Okay, let's play real quick. The background sound, I'm going to put the championship sound so that we know that when it goes into draft. Let's play quick. Oh, come on, not this kind of draft. I have no idea who Team X is, by the way, guys. I don't remember seeing them at all. At least I've heard about High Five. I've heard about Stamina Esports. We watched Orange Juices, and we definitely know about Insomnia. But Team X, I've never heard of it. Peruna is really strong. We watched them play as well the other day. Alright, time to be serious. Let's go!
another top game. I'm from Brazil, so I do love seeing this in the show. But I'm also a big fan of TNX. I think they can bring quite a lot to the table, and it's nice to see that we can have more of the East coming in and having Korea as TNX. Unfortunately, we have the second team as well, but still, I'm very excited to see what they can do.
Yeah, so Team X is a bit of a wild card, I think, for a lot of teams at TikTok, because I think a lot of us are expecting zero timers to only be here. We very much tasted that. I think we've got that organization in their qualifying tournament. I think it's Team X who wants to actually knock out zero timers in the career poll. And we're conflicting opinions on this as to whether this team got lucky, like how they got flipped, but I did manage to get some opinions on Team X. They supposedly they aren't as clean as zero tigers, but they do have tricks like this that might kind of shake up the competition. But the question I kind of have here is that, okay, Team X, they've always stripped out zero tigers and not including the Japanese teams a lot, because the regions in general want to cross pollination, especially in your cup matches. So one thing I want to run to here is how similar can they play to zero tigers? Because I think there's someone in particular, I don't know, he might be a little strange to play against Team X just because of last year.
Well, I can understand that for sure, but I feel like in this game in particular, Gooo just has so much experience in international stages, in waves. You have the fusion previously, there's been a fusion for that particular right? So it's a team that has really stuck together and this, and it's very, very powerful. One thing that I am a little concerned, you mentioned that is nice. I would not put your list of finishes and gameplay. I feel like what is the base in TNX? Yes, just to have the aggression, although you mentioned there's aggression that played this position that was beats in the early game, or just having that pressure to take position as well, and then actual episode in the small extended games. It's just something that you need to finesse to allow players to have range match.
Yeah, I kind of take it as well, because I feel like this was something that kind of teetered move it towards Team X. So just like what's up about Worlds, in case you did not know, there was a bit of a power ranking going out before my Masters, and everybody except myself decided to go with Korea. And I always went with Korea myself because I think this team, they proved themselves like everyone's talent, and not the way that way. But there is a lot of things that we're a little bit concerned about, because quite possibly the play style that Korea plays, I kind of feel like it may be incompatible going up against Team X, because Team X, they play a lot of Pokemon that kind of don't like Korea's play style. And in particular, a big thing of Team X is Buster. And actually, we can see some Buster on off-stage matches as well. So I'm kind of curious to hear how much does Gooo understand Team X? How much information did they get to pick up on the strength of their opponents? What's they know about Team X? Because unfortunately, if you're working off of data from their past matches, there is very little information out there on Team X. Do you need Team X or Team X? Or actually the APAC team, because they're close to a script versus Team X.
Yeah, it's something that I just inside of the other day, but at the same time, there's just something about confidence and being on stage that can sometimes make a difference. And that's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. You're just the mental. It's something that's so present in this sport in general, and I believe that Team X, you're coming against Wild, it's such a big opportunity. It's definitely where they're going to be really looking for first game on stage, right? They're really looking to just settle down, get their confidence in, because they need to get into this game on, clearly, rather than telling you everything, they need to just do it.
They're going to look here. And I'm so cool from what we see on the cameras right now. I think they're pretty locked in, right? They don't really shake and roll, and maybe they make up something that was really good. It's good.
Yeah, that's a good point, for sure.
Yeah, what's the strategy? And you also need to consider what is Gooo wants to do. Because Gooo did play previously on AIC, so the data for that is a little bit more much more recent compared to Team X. Now, we also need to remember how much influence is the latest patch going to have on Goog's playstyle, because we know Gooo love to play fast, really, really fast, but it does come at a cost of like sometimes like positions that can get a little bit squishy, and sometimes
Oh my god, I just did a blunder, guys. I was looking at the map. Didn't pay attention to the absol. Oh my god. Okay, 19 seconds. 19 seconds. Oh my god. Who got it? Oh my god, they got it. Oh shoot. Oh, they did anyway. Hopefully we won. Come on, come on. Yes! Oh, they're so close. Oh yeah, whoever keep on scoring, lifesaver. Very good, very good. Of course, highest damage. Well done, pet me. Oh boy. Thank you so much again for coming by the way. I'm gonna take this opportunity to thank y'all. I still couldn't believe it. Like we lost the Rayquaza fight purely because of luck, I guess. Because both of them used their ultimate skill, the Decidueye. But yeah, we did not bad, I guess. We did our job as a speedster. But we did a blunder and then we died when Rayquaza is supposed to come out. That was pretty bad. Alright, let's get back to... Oh wait, they haven't even started. Okay. 2 more games. 2 more games. Wait, how many days left until the season reset? 18 days to go, and we are at class 1, 2 stars, not bad. I heard Eldegoss. Oh come on, why is it so stingy? 2 attackers or 1 Sylveon. Alright, challenge accepted. Alright, we're gonna switch to the live soon. Alright, let's watch. Where is the... Okay. Alright guys, maybe I'll just take this opportunity to thank you all again for coming by, of course. And yeah, for those of you who are watching on Twitch, you guys can now cheer me using bits, or you guys can subscribe. When you guys subscribe, you guys can get custom emotes. All right. And if I'm not mistaken, 1 bit equals to 1 cent, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, thank you so much again for supporting both my YouTube channel and Twitch channel, guys. Really appreciate it. Who's Team X? Wait, let me search a little bit. Team X. Wait, what? There's no Team X. Am I looking at the wrong one? Oh, okay, found it. Oh, Team X is a South Korea champion. Damn, must be very strong, eh? Must be very strong. I thought High Five was from Korea as well. High Five. Oh no, High Five is Taiwan. There are 4 teams from Japan, guys. Oh my god. Insomnia was the champion. God dang. But they lost against High Five. High Five is Taiwan champion. Okay, that's fair. High Five was a champion. What about Stamina? Stamina Esports. Oh yeah, Stamina Esports is from Mexico. Is from Latin America, 4th place. And they won against Orange Juices, who was the North America champion. Alright, that kinda explains a lot. Shit. Oh, sorry. They banned the Rapidash. I don't think Rapidash was that strong though so far, from what we have seen. Interesting. Is Jason that strong? Did Jason just make a comeback? I used to play it a lot though. Maybe I should try to use it again. Wow, Mewtwo as well. Is it because of its high damage? That's strange. Did they get buff or something? Did I miss anything? Alright, let me tell you guys. Blissey, you can only use it during championship. Why? Because you guys play as a team. If you play as solo rank, and you play Blissey, say goodbye. It'll never work. Every single time I pick support, it's just a lost game. Wow, T-Max is going for all the power Pokemon, eh? I think the Perionite is more balanced. Wow, this is a tough one as well. Okay, I think. Okay, let's try to guess here. Let's start from T-Max. The Zarya is going to be body here. It's going to be the initiator. Blaziken probably acts like a speedster in this case. So I'm still not sure whether the Zarya or the Blaziken is going to go mid lane, but the Zarya is going to be the initiator. The Umbreon and the Suicune is going to be like the support. But Umbreon probably is going to be a little bit on the tank side. Mewtwo is definitely a pure damager in this case. This is very tough because both draft is pretty good. Yeah, Perionite is simply balanced. It's already going for a mid lane, okay. Damn, that damage though from Mewtwo. Ooh, this is a pretty balanced one, I would say, but Lucario kind of wins early game, I would say, because the Combusken need to evolve to Blaziken, then it will be stronger. The Zarya basically, she just goes for anybody that she sees. Damn. Oh, Whoa. Oof. Damn, that's very good. He managed to catch Ninetales. The Mewtwo is just attacking anybody, just anybody. Okay, so far it's still pretty balanced. It's pretty equal. Wow, the Zarina is rocking really well. She kept on targeting Ninetales without fail. That's amazing. Oh, 4 people at the bottom. Need to better run away. Wow. Alright, over here you can see that Peru Unite is slowly making the momentum as a team. Meanwhile on the left is more on the Sarini alone. Wow, am I going to see a lot of Sarini being played on the ranking now? Whoa, the Sarini, the Snorlax is not helping at all. But Peru Unite still won the war? What the frick? What kind of war is that? Wow. Hugging the goalpost really works for Peru Unite just now. Amazing. The last hit. Yeah, that's very tough because there are 5 of them and the HP is not full. Okay, they knew that they'll be at the top lane. Oh, the Lucario is still at the base. Okay. The Lucario shouldn't have dashed in. He should have let the Blaziken do the overhit and then he dashed in. Yeah. I think Zarina was simply being a bit there. Because she still managed to respawn in time for Rayquaza. That's bad though, isn't it? Now they have to depend on the Charizard. Oh shoot, the Charizard is dead too. Oh, this is bad. This is bad. Oh! Okay, then that's not bad. Oh, this is bad. He's trapped! Oh my god. Okay, but the good thing is that they're all low in HP, so it's kind of a reset thing. Okay. Lucario and Charizard is respawn. 15 seconds to Ninetales. Oh, Ninetales won't make it. Ninetales won't make it. Unless... Oh! No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, frick, okay. 20 seconds, more than enough time for them to score. Alright, GG. This Team X's game. Oh my god. Kind of reminded me of the game earlier that I played when I was using Talonflame. One wrong move and it costs you the whole game. Unless somehow during the war you manage to weaken all of them, then maybe you got a chance. Oh my god, this sucks. You won from the very beginning, but then you lost just because of Rayquaza. Well, there's Rayquaza for ya. Water, 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 please. That's what he was saying. 1 minute, water, water. Wait, that 10%, like, it's been 10% rate of being banned, is it? 1%, 1%. Sarini was banned. Yeah, Sarini was the only one that does that. Whoa, the Latios has the exact same health item as me. As mine. He also uses eject as well. Damn. I feel so proud right now that a pro player used the same health item as us. It's never been exactly the same, guys, by the way. This is the first is this the first time? Yeah, I believe this is the first time that I spot a pro player using the same items as us. Whoa, Mirai Dawn. That's very interesting. I'm quite curious how a pro player plays Mirai Dawn. It looks like it was intentional, but okay. I'm very curious of the Miraidon though. Whoa. Yeah, I'm really curious now how they play Miraidon. The Saito is really busy, huh? The Saito is pretty much everywhere. Meridian is dead. Oh, he's dead. Whoa. Whoa. Oh. Whoa, the Dodrio is kinda sticking to Saito. Oh, is he dead? Yeah. I guess he was pushing it too hard. Wow, the Saito is pretty good in rotation. Eh? It's very fast too. Oh my god, Saito is yeah. I was going to say the Saito is trapped. Is it?
he needs someone to keep it open, or he needs to someone find that can open up himself because there's a little bit of techniques that can really help him down if he makes that slight mistake. So I think if anything, Gooo, it is all happening here because yeah, you've got another team rival. Yes, you've got another person who knows a good game. I think that's actually nice. I don't think once you get rid of that before opening up, I still think that's very needed to win this team fight overall. Last 2 minutes here, so let's get our cost down to one of these teams find that opening and he's again the final look. He's hunting in that second round.
Wow, it's hard to get back. Actually, now this is still a little bit indecisive of what they are going to do as they see too many acts going to their plays. He's going to be second and second. He's going to go into the background. Trying to get that. He said there is not much HP on that bar. You have to be very careful about how you play to walk away from your weaker hand. So if you leave HP and once you break the teammates will stop once again. This is Jackie. This is the outside. All of the top of dropping ball. Walk for he just is open now. He has to get him to stay on the out. His arm down. And how did that happen? We didn't even get to see it. We're going to look at the replays later. But this is the main choice for TBX to go with this win.
Oh, this is terrible. He's still not angry. That's going to be the revelation. He's not hoping. We're not to bring out of the action. It's not over yet. It's just going to come down to execution. But Miranda is down. Good dream has been eliminated. Those trying to fall before. Turner is going to continue with the burn. In that backline, look at that nice good transition. First step is necessary for Ira. He's going to retrieve Grenade. Who just barely escaped zone.
So close here, and that's a new result is still happening here. The things are coming out from the bar. And honestly, the baby still got time. But the top back. Now there's time for an empty ball here. That's a hook. But the answer is going to be denied. 40 points on the back side. 240 next side. And definitely, this was just as well this week.
So I don't think this is a bad thing for Gooo because the more that the win is in, the win is open for the team. So it's TBX, Gooo, and the Gooo. And so the Gooo, because they beat Revelation 2-0, yes, they might have lost this matchup, but I still think Gooo is going to get to day 2. Because in the top 2 for the groups, they're going to make it over to day number 2. So yes, Gooo, they might not
Korean team strong, eh? All right. Again, our supported team kind of lost, but yeah, the draft were pretty equal actually. It's just all down to gameplay.
You can tell they're still a very teams from these states, but I just didn't happen because we guys didn't reserve on the line. They picked them time and time again because of their team, because of the lineup that they're doing playing. Yes, they were going to criticize this stadium and that's something that was not really too much, but they paid for that kind of event. They did it, and we can do it just because they felt ours like that. We're not based on that this could be really aggressive or coming really aggressive and aggressive. That is not. I think that we have made it in such a clever way, and we're so happy to see it. Maybe on the next one, maybe I say it, you know, this is you need coaches to happen, and you're not coming in. Yeah. So I think we're going to put this matchup first over everyone because we're
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Here we are in Anaheim for the 2025 World Championships. I am Spraggles, alongside of Doobsnacks. Yee to the ha. Doobsnacks, what a day we have had so far. I mean, so many good games, some real shocking ones, too.
Absolutely. OJ, I think you can easily consider that an upset. Peru losing to Team EX, I think you can consider that an upset. NA across the board, not looking too great.
Yeah, that's right.
Four of the NA teams have lost their first match of the day.
Yeah, we are in their home region, and all of our NA teams are struggling. Obviously, we have not yet seen Luminosity, probably the best to do it here in North America, but NA's having some trouble. Speaking of North America, they've got a tough one ahead of them right now.
They sure do, and here's our unique situation that we're already presented with. UNC is going to be on stage against S8UL Esports. UNC already down 2 matches on the day.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's where they are. Not doing too solid.
There could be some tiebreaker situations where they absolutely need this win, right? But they are already hurting. They're one of the last teams to qualify out of North America. So many star players that have been playing the game for a long time, but it hasn't really worked out for them here at Worlds. Then on the other side of that corn, we've got S8UL out of India. This is a squad with a lot of players from India that we know and love, and India is one of those regions that didn't get to compete last year, which was a bit of a heartbreaker. Did amazing, actually, in year 2. One of the only teams to take Luminosity, like, all the way through their paces, right? So this is going to be a crazy one. We've got our predictions right here.
They are great.
Yeah, here we go. You Need Coaching versus S8UL. Doobsnacks, Soph, you're on the side of S8UL, and the rest of us, we're going for UNC. But you know what? With how the day's going here, it looks like it might be an S8UL victory. One thing is for sure, if they want to move forward, they need it because they're also down a game.
Yeah, S8UL checks 2 boxes here with a win on stage. They eliminate You Need Coaching effectively, and they keep their own hopes alive. Because if both of these teams end up You Need Coaching 1-2 and S8UL 0-2, it becomes real tough sledding for both of them on the way out.
Yeah, Group E starts to get really wild if that happens, right? And for You Need Coaching to even feel like this goes well at all, I feel like they need to take a 2-0 victory against S8UL right here. And then, of course, for S8UL, a 2-0 for them is really solid. It puts them in a position to move on to day 2. They still have more matches ahead of them, but they would be feeling pretty good. This is kind of their last chance, but even if they win here, it might shake out that they don't move forward to day 2.
Yeah, they're operating in the slimmest of margins, but S8UL really still has, you know, hands on the wheel and can control their path to their destiny here, but they have to beat UNC on stage. Now, there is a lot of stage experience with UNC.
Yep.
S8UL, though, if you think about, we're talking about last year, why it was such a bummer that they were unable to make the World Championships is because they had an amazing run in the Asia Champions League, similar to maybe like Insomnia or Alter Ego had, you know, getting very, very far. And we were so excited to see them trying to capture that magic at Worlds last year that I'm excited we at least get to see the opportunity of them on stage this year.
Yeah, and this region is just so unbelievably hyped, excited for this game. I love getting to see them here at Worlds. I remember year 1 when they were not yet included in the championship series, right? And there was a big campaign out there. Was it Why Not India? Or, you know, and they got added to it. So it's so cool to see them. I'm so glad they all got to be here and compete. But now it is time for them to win. They really need to stay in this competition. They need to take down UNC. And UNC's in a weird position. They might even be playing knowing that they can't move forward here, but that makes them really dangerous, you know?
Right.
They could upset just because the pressure is now off.
Exactly. You know, there's also something to be said. You just don't want to be last in your group. Like, obviously, their day is not following the trajectory that they had mentally established for themselves. But the last place they want to be is the group that goes 0-3 and ends up in the absolute bottom. And S8UL, you know, we'll say a third box they have to check. They're representing India right now, and we haven't seen them on the world stage. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
So for them, you know, they really feel the pressure to represent themselves, their region, perform well. And I know they expect a lot out of themselves. You know, All Might on S8UL is somebody that I keep pretty constant communication with.
But he's texting me every day, too.
he's not. I'm texting Sprinkles every day. He gets myself, and All Might confused all the time.
He just tells me what All Might's saying.
It's what our conversations boil down to. Long story short, All Might is excited for this opportunity. Gutted that they didn't make it last year, but doesn't anticipate squandering this opportunity now. I know you and I pushed it to be on this game specifically because
really
we wanted to cast India. So I'm really looking forward to this.
Yeah, same. We really wanted to cast this. I'm so excited to have India here. I hope they make a huge impact in this match too, up on the big stage. If you could take a win like this and then move forward through your group, I think they have a really good shot of making day 2. I want to talk to you a little bit about the meta and how we're already seeing what you talked about at the start of broadcast, right? Things start to move and shift throughout the day. Latios is really interesting because I feel like its results are all over the place a little bit, but clearly it's getting a lot of priority. That last game with it for Team EX, they kept that thing strong. They were able to make sure that it didn't get isolated, taken down, and it felt like a real threat. However, we also saw it earlier not make much of an impact in a match at all. I'm curious what you think is going to happen with it moving forward.
So this is, I think, maybe what might happen based on what we've seen at some other events, where an incredibly strong Pokemon comes out. Early on, it does not see the success necessarily that you're anticipating, and this thing evolves so quickly that it might just all of a sudden drop off. Despite its strengths and its positives, if it's not working, people just fade away from it. But what that does is it'll drop it down the priority list.
Yeah.
And if you can get a Latios very late in a draft, well, all of a sudden the counter pick opportunities to really help shut it down aren't necessarily there. And then it can really step into the role that we were hoping it would in the early stages of this tournament.
Let me tell you a Pokemon that has performed and I think is an insane threat. Suicune, I think, is terrific. Dummy good.
I don't know why the East had fallen off.
It's
and quite frankly,
unbelievable. I don't think it's ever stopped being ludicrously good. And one that came into this with a lot of expectations and I think is delivering in a huge way is Ho-Oh. That thing from start to finish is just too good. It's secure early is amazing with Tailwind. Like, it just secures everything in path with that move. We've seen it invade the enemy central area. It's in their face the entire time. Flamethrower does so much damage. You will apply Curse. It'll spread to other allies. Like, so many unbelievably powerful uses for this Pokemon. I feel like that one's really delivering. But one that's been a little absent is Charizard, which I think is interesting.
Yeah. Again, one that I anticipated to see well represented, well played, but I kind of feel like it is at a level at which it should be played, but it's not being played to a level that is necessary to be on this stage. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I think maybe it's been shelved for so long for so many of these players that they used to play Charizard back in the day for funsies, and now all of a sudden they're like, okay, it's good, pick it up. We've got a couple weeks to get it kind of into the flow for our squad, and it's just not, oh, here we go. Look at all those tiny little people.
Look at them out there. You need coaching. We got Lutano up on the main stage. I mean, it's always great to see them back in the game. Vin, JL, what a squad up there. It's really exciting to have Unk here, and they're getting back into it, getting ready for this. They're a team that came together late in the season, a bunch of players who were cracked at the game but had not been playing together all year. Now they threw themselves together kind of last minute and are that dang good that they qualify here for Worlds. You know, something you were talking about with Charizard that I think could be pretty interesting. It might be that we're not seeing the right stuff on the other side for Charizard to really shine. One thing that Char does super well is it shuts down. If something's mobile or a little squishy, you know, if Zoroark is bouncing around, Charizard has that sure hit Unite move that's going to take him up into the sky, slam him down, especially if a Comfey's on him. You kind of get a 2-for-1 pick in a moment like that. I wonder if those are more moments we're going to see Charizard shine. I know that LG
I wonder if those are more moments we're going to see Charizard shine. I know that LG, but right now I'm very curious to see what S8UL brings into this match, because I've always found India's meta to be very close to a lot of the other regions, but they often have a sneaky pick that's doing very well there. You know, like an Azumarill or a Scizor or something like that. They often have something like that that's really strong. And we're going to find out what that is here as we head into game number 1's draft. You need coaching with the Hoopa Band, S8UL, with the Ho-Oh. No surprise there. I really do think this thing, it's in the realm for me of maybe permaban throughout the rest of the time.
I think so too. I just don't think it should be allowed in. We'll see if S8UL goes with the Latios ban to really just prevent You Need Coaching from picking it up. It does have a pretty high fear factor just built into it because how strong everybody knows it can be.
Yes.
And just because it hasn't realized that doesn't mean it's not a threat.
That's right. It is the Joe Rogan of this tournament. The fear factor on Latios is up there. What was I going to do? Not do the fear factor,
I think it's
Joe?
easy to not mention
What
Joe
was
Rogan
I going to do?
podcast.
Not do the fear
that would have been
factor,
very
Joe?
easy to do.
What was I going to do?
Not do that. Not do that. Okay, Suicune getting picked at a pick rate of 69.
Yeah.
And as we going back across the way, that is a very early Leafeon pick and Umbreon. And we're seeing exactly what you were just talking about. Some of the insular tactics that happen in a region like India where they're often competing against themselves, and some of the information that they glean is based on those repetitions.
Yeah, I mean, the Umbreon here, obviously, this thing is formidable, but I do feel like Umbreon is not shining as much as some of the other defenders in the game. It would be interesting if they did pick up a Snorlax at this point, because they could also sort of be saying, hey, we're going to be using this as not only a bit of a defender, but also a Wish support, essentially, right?
Exactly. You know, the Gyarados pick, which is very interesting, did get a buff as well. Well, I guess technically Magikarp got the buff, right? So going to see if they can leverage that. Clefable, not a bad look. And we're going with a horse.
Yeah, we got the support horse too. I hope that's how that stays, because Galarian Rapidash with EXP share, I think, is truly phenomenal. It's so frustrating to deal with. Its damage early too is brutal. Confusion does so much damage, has incredible secure, that you're not stressed if you don't evolve out of Galarian Ponyta for a while. You're fine with it. You're doing crazy amounts of damage. They also have stacking items on every single Pokemon except Suicune.
That's some of this got to change. We got 3 light bulbs out here.
You assume, right?
I would like to think. So, you know, if Lutano is staying on the Rapidash, it leads me to believe that JL will be the one carrying the experience share, just because Uguay and JL tend to be the support tank core of Unk. But hey, there we go. We finally saw the switch up. Still stacking though, so your point stands. A lot of stacking, a lot of hungry early Eos energy Pokemon that are going to want to be getting those early dunks. And S8UL needs to take inventory of that, because they are stacking just slightly less.
Yeah, they are stacking a little less. They've got the interesting curse build there for Alolan Raichu on Batshaw. I'm interested to see what that's like. As you can see, the pick rate on this Pokemon is very low. It feels like Alolan Raichu had a moment of being one of the best things in the game, but it really didn't make it into competitive much. It maybe had 1 month where it was like a real competitive threat. Since then, we've seen a few teams pick it up. I know the Juicers were running it for a little while, so I'm going to be interested to see what that pick looks like. Also, we've got Gyarados for them, which is a really strong choice, but you've got to baby that thing. You've got to get it online as quick as you can. We'll see how they do that as we head into game number 1 here between You Need Coaching, our purple team, and S8UL, our orange team.
Here we go. S8UL. You mentioned the low pick rate of some of the Pokemon at S8UL, but that's a story that's not just stuck in India. That is the whole story of this tournament right now. A lot of low pick rate Pokemon here as the meta has changed going into Anaheim, into this weekend. Good pressure by You Need Coaching quickly, and you got a lot of damage. I believe that's Batshaw on the Alolan Raichu that's fighting as a Pikachu trying to evolve.
And here we go. We actually see, it looks like we have a quick pause request. There might be an issue up on the it looks like we have a quick pause request. There might be an issue up on the stage, so we're going to make sure that our players can get that taken care of. You see the camera on Lutano right there. He was in the middle of a crazy, like escape moment right there. So he gets to breathe for just a second as we'll see if they're able to make it out. It looks like the Ponyta is actually clearing that and will be able to get out of that situation, but the Clefable's in a bad spot too.
You know, you'll exchange it. In this case, because it isn't a support style Galarian Rapidash, you obviously much rather have Lutano get out of there and less concerned about JL. Actually, I didn't see if it was JL or Oogway that was sticking on the Clefable.
I think it was Oogway that was on the Clefable there.
So we'll see how that ends up actually coming to fruition here. Now, SAUL, good pressure early, but like you said, they've got the Gyarados that needs to be babysat.
Yeah.
Alolan Raichu needs to be babysat a little bit in the early stages of the game. I think they're a little bit more positioned for it in the bottom half because of Snorlax's strength early. But if you want to talk about a relaxed squad, old Unk is just catching the vibes up there.
They're yucking it up right now. They're feeling pretty good. I mean, look at them up there. You can see I can know the lip reading. He's saying, wow, these casters are great.
They're just so cool.
Really
He's wiping a tear away because he knows how much positive stuff we say about him.
Yeah.
I actually called him Putano yesterday. I said, don't let Putano show up this weekend. And the first thing he said walking the stage was, Putano's out in full force. And I was like, that is not a good sign, brother. So anyways, they're enjoying their time here in Anaheim regardless, it seems.
Well, you know, they're in that unique position where if things go great, it wasn't fully expected. They came together last minute. They haven't been, you know, scrimming and practicing and competing the entire year, right? And it's just a good time for them to be up on the big stage with a lot of pressure off of them right now. I don't know exactly how the rest of the group is shaking out, so these games might be sort of irrelevant for them moving to day 2. But if there is a chance at all, it would take most likely 2-0ing this round.
Yeah, 2-0-2-0ing this game for sure.
2-0ing and then at least you're, you know,
well, there's 4 teams. They're 1-2, right?
And then at least you're. Oh, they're 1-2? I thought they were 0-2.
That's what I'm saying. But there's 4 teams in the group. They're one of those teams. They can't play themselves.
I thought they were 0-2. They did.
That's what I'm saying. But there's 4 teams. There's a.
Oh, we're back! Thank goodness.
Clefable goes down. Lutano makes it out.
And here we go. We have Lutano in the bottom path right here.
Golly.
Oh my gosh, they're moving forward here. It looks like the Leafeon's in a little bit of trouble, but obviously if they move too deep, they might give up a KO. All Might trying to make something happen right here. Of course, if they can get one, that would be huge, but no, Jail with a massive stop there.
Quickly putting in the points is Vin. Rotation on the Combustion. You knew that was coming. Joey is there. So we just got bad gamer tags all over the place today. This is terrific.
Do you remember earlier when you thought they would face another group?
No, I do. I don't.
That's how I'm rewriting that.
Perfect. JL half HP, and we're back to a pause, which means you all get to hear us say stuff more.
The dangerous thing about a pause like this is we could get into a situation where we get math wrong. And when the math is only 4 teams, you know, you can see how bad it could get for us. A lot of these groups only having 3 teams makes it a lot. You can see how bad.
True. Yeah, that's our mathematical threshold.
Whoa, don't go past 3.
Teams.
Yeah,
like,
don't go past
4
3.
Teams? How?
When all of a sudden someone's like, if you have 2 bananas and you add 1, I got this. Once you start saying you've got 2 bananas, you add 2, I'm fast. I don't know, 6 bananas?
The irony here is the joke for basic math is 2 + 2 is 4. And we have not mastered that.
It's just not our best one.
Welcome to the UCS, ladies and gentlemen. If it's your first time joining us, this is a normal occurrence for this broadcast. So if you hate it, deal with it. We're still here for the rest of this match.
Yeah, they can't take us out mid-match. At least it's never happened before.
And we've messed up.
And we've been close. You got to assume we've been close. Obviously, we don't.
I think we just kind of know.
I don't know exactly what the issue is. It looks like someone from SAUL is having a problem up on stage, obviously. We have to make sure that everyone is connected, their headsets are working, they're able to communicate with their team. So a small issue like that is definitely a good reason to pause here as we're trying to figure out exactly what is happening.
Yeah, obviously tournament integrity is incredibly important at the World Championships, and if there's any sign of any faulty devices, connections, you just got to deal with it. Looks like we're jumping right back in here as All Might and Curium is putting the pressure on. We get a very quick rotation. Snowy with the follow-up.
Wow.
Snowy here, KO streak of 2, phenomenal. Snowy was added to SAUL for the final tournament of the season and was able to help SAUL qualify. So don't forget the impact that this player has for this squad.
Well, and you saw that, I mean, they got the priority of their first pick, Leafeon, right there, and you can see why they did. Also, you know, the synergy with Gyarados is pretty powerful. You're able to quickly pick up a KO, which quickly gets Gyarados online. Really strong stuff from SAUL in that top half.
Okay, little heavy slam, getting some separation for the rest of SAUL so they can peel. Umbreon has kind of been on the decline. We'll see how SAUL uses this. As Curium steps up, no, they immediately peel back.
Yeah, peeling back here. We got 20 seconds until the birds in the top and bottom path. More points raining in on that top goal zone. Obviously, Serena trying to get as powerful as possible. Interesting, very little range on the side of Unique Coaching, but the same is kind of true for SAUL. You know, outside of Alolan Raichu, they all play very close range, and even Raichu is only kind of a medium range Pokemon.
Yeah, but in this instance, it looks like it's going to be just enough, right? If they can keep up, keep tempo, get good spacing, they're going to be all right. All Might, tons of pressure, going to go back, grab a berry, as there is 4 players for Unique Coaching getting points in the top, and SAUL matches that downstairs, still with a slight score lead.
Yeah, just trading a little bit, right, in the top and bottom path. One's deciding to take the Regice, the other team focusing on that Regieleki top. It looks like this is going to be a good trade for SAUL, especially because this goal zone is actually not low enough, right? The last time I saw it, I think, oh no, it's at 22. So that's not bad at all for Unique Coaching. They could get a nice overcap here.
Yeah, I kind of expect the SAUL to fully rotate to help catch this thing because all of Unique Coaching is here. Regieleki puts in, Suicune follows up, we're frozen now. All Might's trying to do their best. Good heavy slam in the back, good block for separation, hitting the Regieleki, 2 players from Unique Coaching, and Machisel tries to get into the back line. They're trying to stop their way through. SAUL, but it's not enough. Big overheat is good for a knockout, but there's 2 players down the other way. Regieleki is still on the doorstep, but it hasn't quite knocked. Now Joey is stepping forward. Rex is doing a great job with spacing here, waiting for the cooldowns as JL steps up, and they're trying to get more points in. This Regieleki is dealt with, and now SAUL just want to make sure that this goal zone stays intact as the pressure continues by Unique Coaching. Finally, they take a breath and go away. JL low HP, Bad Shot wants that one, they get it.
Wow, I mean, what an incredible defense there from SAUL. That fight was going on for an eternity. We talked a little bit earlier, Doob Snacks, about this Alolan Raichu and what we might see from it. And you just saw it right there, dancing on the outside of that fight and peppering them with those auto attacks, able to take down enough of them and push them back from this goal zone. Goal now at 16 in the top path. Still some good opportunities for Unique Coaching to score. Even with that massive overheat, though, they were not able to break the tier 1.
Especially if they've got a player sitting at 15 AOS energy, that's Suicune right there, JL, which means if they can have a good push and run through, they can get a gargantuan overdunk here. But SAUL understands what's going on. Snowy in the tank here, taking an eye, taking a look and making Unique Coaching go somewhere else.
Yeah, Unique Coaching right now deciding to rotate towards this bottom path here, and SAUL kind of saw the movement, sent players top, and now once again it looks like we're just going to be trading top and bottom here between these 2 teams. All Might is finding the Chisel in the top path right here. Zarina could be real trouble for them. Unite move comes out, Zarina gets hit by it, but Zarina able to generate a shield with Queenly Majesty, and they're doing fine.
Yeah, I think that was more to buy time and give SAUL a chance downstairs. Big overheat doesn't hit anybody, and these blocks out of the Snorlax Rex have been very good so far this game, really taking care of the squad.
Look at that Blaziken level 12 right now. I mean, if anything is really happening on the side of Unique Coaching, it's been on that Blaziken. The overheat earlier was very powerful. The higher level lead you can get, the more stacks you can get. This thing is just an absolute monster. We saw it be one of the superstar Pokemon at Worlds last year. I'm not surprised to see it doing well right now.
Nice Unite move, and they're going to try and go for an overdunk here. It's just All Might. Here comes Curium with the follow-up. Overheat is there. All Might is low. They're getting on the backside. Pick up a berry, but there's still 4 players sitting on top of them. Big Suicune Unite out of JL is enough to get a KO streak of 3 for Zarina, and that goal zone is gone. However, SAUL managing a great counter score and hold on to the lead.
Yeah, and the math from Unique Coaching was just terrible right there. For some reason, they let both the small points go in, meaning the goal zone did break right there instead of a huge 50 from either Blaziken or from the Zarina there. Unfortunate, they are behind because of it. They would still be a little behind, but man, an overcap like that would have been really nice.
Weird thing to point out, despite KO streak of 3, SAUL has brought the level lead into parity again, and now they're going to be able to make a decent defense. The Raichu Unite puts a big old star and sees who want to step in here, and we're pushing down Frozen quickly as the Gyarados, but the follow-up isn't there. Unique Coaching decides to kind of pseudo-peel back. Regieleki is there, the push continues. All Might is low, big bounce straight in, tons of damage, Leafeon covers, and the defense is complete.
You know, I gotta say, I think that was a really unexpected play from Unique Coaching, and had it worked, it would have been very cool, but it absolutely did not from them. They really paid for that. Now they've lost 2 members for continuing a push that was clearly done.
Yeah, however, in that exchange with the scores downstairs that Unique Coaching was able to do, they grabbed the lead and grab a little bit more experience for themselves, so now they've eked out ahead in that category.
Yeah, 224, 212 right now. Again, a better cap top would be really nice for them, but they're still up by 12 points, which is enough to win a game, obviously. SAUL ripping through Regirock right here. Unique Coaching moving in, but they're too late.
They might take this fight. Good mean look, trapping the Machizzler. They're going to try and collapse on Rex with eject buttons, heavy slams to try and get out of dodge. A block is going to give them shields, but they're peeling back. Breakaways is going to hit the map, and I think Unique Coaching baits the pseudo fight in and return.
Wow, I mean, beautiful stuff there from SAUL. I'm surprised that Snorlax didn't go down. They did a great job peeling it out of this fight, but here comes Unique Coaching. They might just go for a full rip right here. They have some of the best secure in the entire game in that Blaziken, but they're also baiting SAUL in.
Yep, you can see Machizzle and Vin immediately trying to collapse. The mean look on the right target. Vin steps forward, steps right back.
Yeah, here we go. A little bit of a do-si-do, trying to peel them back, not letting it happen. Gyarados moves back, and here comes Zarina moving in. Unite move from Gyarados.
Big power nap on top of Machizzle, who's now low and caught. They get knocked out by the Leafeon. Good spacing by Batshaw is raining in damage on Unique Coaching. This restless SAUL team is all stuck together, 2 players down for Unk. Batshaw's on the chase, JL is low. A reset out of Vin is giving space, and the back cap action of the Galarian Rapidash is there. Is this the window that SAUL is going to use? Rayquaza is getting chipped out, worked on. Are they going to let it go back up?
Yeah, and here's the problem, right? Blaziken has a much better secure. It's moving in. Snorlax trying to isolate it. We have the Gyarados coming in. If they can pick up this KO, they can make a good secure on Ray. They have a chance here, Dupe Snacks.
Rayquaza's at half, and if I'm SAUL, I might be looking to pivot to the middle here as we're going through. The block is separating. Alolan Ninetales is low on HP, and now they're gone. Good engage, big time freeze out of JL. Gets a couple targets, and there's Machizzle with the Unite, trying to pick up Tyrium. Tyrium is low on HP as well. Heavy slam back over the edge, and they're caught in the mean look. Pinned against the wall is the Machizzler. No, they're back down. And, oh, is that a Clefable KO? Back the other way. And Rayquaza's back to full, but look at the score lead. 25 seconds left, and we've got another back cap happening. And now they're just protecting the goal zones because they know SAUL can't rip.
Beautiful play there from Unique Coaching. That Zarina Clefable moving together through the end of that Rayquaza fight was so unbelievably tough for SAUL to deal with. And because they stopped the rip, even though they got Blaziken, Ray was back to full HP. They couldn't pivot on it right there. Really amazing attempt from SAUL, but as you can see, Unk able to take a huge victory right there with a very well played Rayquaza fight.
I agree completely. I'm thinking if I'm SAUL, they had an opportunity, a couple players down. Yes, I know Vin was not knocked out and going for a reset, but is that one of those moments where they backed off, knowing that the Blaziken could be in the wings and didn't complete the rip? This time it bit him.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was the right call. You know, it's tough to say and tough to deal in what could-haves, but SAUL's got to be chewing on that.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those tough things. We saw this earlier with our match, Dupe Snacks. You can win a fight, but SAUL didn't have any great tools for secure. They actually had some pretty decent rip tools on Ray, but they didn't have a great secure tool, so that made them very unsure, very afraid of something like Blaziken. Even Stomp Zarina, I mean, the damage of that burst is incredible, right? So they have have these two threats that are really tough to secure around. However, they're behind. So now they've got to either secure now and hope they can get it, or try to win a refight. Well, by the time Clefable and Serena got back in there, it just wasn't doable.
Let's take a look at this Ray once again, right into the backside here, and Machisel just stomping and stomping and stomping, making their way through. Snowy steps up, gets a big KO. That's a huge one that they needed. Snowy does go down for that, but I think that's a reasonable exchange. Then the Clefable goes down. JL is low. Vin has to reset.
Yeah, and here we go. Really nice Unite move out of Galarian Rapidash right there to kind of shut down the Raichu and stop a good option for them ripping. And at this point, it's just Serena, Clefable running through the enemy team. There's nothing they can do in this moment. Clefable even getting some, smacks in there and picking up KOs.
Your MVP is the Machisler for Unk. You need coaching. 5 knockouts, bunch of damage, and really you can see the movement that Zarina provides, getting kind of past the Snorlax into the back line, really caused some headaches, especially in that Ray refight.
Yeah, that was a great fight from Unk, and it's tough, right? You had a good fight from S8UL, but they just didn't have a lot of tools in their toolkit when it came to secure. So now they're in this unfortunate situation where they're kind of allowing You Need Coaching to come back in, have another fight. And one thing that's really tough, when you've got a Pokemon like Clefable on the other side, if you don't have your Unite moves so that you can create some huge burst damage moments, that thing is just going to keep everything healthy throughout a big fight. And that's what we saw right there. Zarina, Clefable moving in, they just didn't have the damage to deal with it at that point.
No, exactly right. And we've seen the Clefable stocks and priority pick rate go up, up, up. And as we kind of mentioned before our first match, it doesn't take much for Clefable to hit 100k healing anymore. It's got really nice buffs. A lot of these players are stacking with Clefable as well, the special attack specs. And that ability to mitigate non-Unite move abilities with the strength of that healing is unparalleled.
So we've got a Umbreon Blastoise ban from Unk right here. It's pretty interesting, and of course it opens up a free Latios, but very possible they don't mind this at all. And when I see Vin Diesel pick up Dodrio, it feels like a really good counter into something like Latios. I mean, you will be able to dive to the back line of that thing very well. On the other side, we could have a Suicune. I mean, a lot of power picks either way. It does feel like we're in the kind of meta where you're going to ban some things out, but there are like superstar Pokemon all across the roster in this meta.
Hurium picking up Blissey, don't hate that. Mamoswine is interesting. They're going to have to cover this Dodrio in some form or fashion, and I'm not quite sure which way they'll go. Lutano, loving the Galarian Rapidash, going to take the Galarian Rapidash.
Yeah, he looked great on it there in game number 1. Next pick over here for JL. It looks like, yeah, let's go. Machisel on Machamp. This is a Pokemon we saw them make hero plays with. Was it last year in one of the regionals?
Last year, I mean, yes.
I think it was maybe the AOS Cup qualifier or something.
Time is very difficult.
It's a flat circle, yeah.
I think it was maybe the AOS Cup qualifier or something.
Yes, the clock. Boom, we got it.
Exactly. That's what McConaughey was going for in that line. We have last pick here, Sableye. Beautiful from JL. Really nice stuff here. I mean, when I look at Unit Coaching's picks, this is a let's do this, man. Let's play our favorite stuff. Let's go. Our game 1 went great, and we don't know if we're heading to day 2. We still have to check with the casters if the math checks out for them to play themselves. And S8UL, I mean, they're in a tough spot right here. When they have something like Latios, and they have 2 speedsters that can really shut it down, this could be hard for them. When they have something like Latios,
it really, really can. I mean, it puts so much pressure on Rex and All Might, honestly. Buzzwole is a great separator, right? Picking up, putting down these opposing Pokemon, and really kind of getting them out of position, right? Or in this case, it'll be getting them out of Latios' face, so Badshaw has the room to play.
One pick that I love here is the Mimikyu. That Mimikyu is such an annoying shutdown tool. So you've got Safeguard possibly on Blissey, right, to help protect our Latios. You've got Mamoswine to help protect. You've got the Buzzwole to move them around, get them away from it. And you've got that Mimikyu Unite move that is a great shutdown. Like the second they come in, boom, don't worry, I got him. Actually, so many options on the side of SAUL as we head here to game number 2. SAUL out of India, your purple team. You need coaching out of North America. Your orange team, they are up 1 game in this best of 3.
JL immediately going on a mission as the little gentleman and comes out with a buff for that effort, and that's what Sableye does.
Sableye is such a monster. Obviously, they even sent the Chansey there to help try to stop it, and look, he's head right back in looking for more.
I mean, this is going to go and, we thought they were going to go harass the movie. Nope, they're going straight towards the Bumblebee, sending them down path, maybe feeling that there was going to be a rotation by You Need Coaching. The Machop is already there, so they'll be able to maybe clean those up and get stacks in that direction. Vin with the Dodrio cover here, already level 5. Tons of pressure on Rex, and they are not long for this world as they are sent packing the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, and the tough thing about not giving Latios that central area here is in this fight, they're not yet 5, so they're getting no stacks from any of this. Like, this would be an awesome time for them to get a ton of stacks on their Dragon Pulse, but they get none. Still not 5 yet, but that was a great KO. Moving in, trying to pick up 1 immediately.
Bad shot getting a little bit of hot water here. Good cover by Snowy and Rex to make sure to get a knockout instead. But man, you would hate to see that Latios go down. Machisel, pressure on them.
The HP bar does not exist in Bossing.
DNE does not exist, just like that limit.
Wow, unbelievable stuff there. I feel like S8UL counter-punching so well in that fight. Things got really scary, and then in the top path, obviously, they only had 1 to deal with, so they were able to overpower.
Yep, Sableye right back in the middle, going to try and harass the Mimikyu here. There's Buzzwole pivots. Now, Lutano on this Galarian Rapidash, going to slowly make their way to their side of the map.
Wait, is it Draco Meteor? Yes.
Yes. Okay.
All right. Let's go.
India marching to the beat of their own drum, without a doubt, here in Anaheim. And I hope for their sake they win this game so we can see another one. Draco Meteor's coming down, and are we going to get a knockout here? Not quite. We at least exchanged for 1, but that is way less than what You Need Coaching got out of this.
A lot of scoring happening right there. And I know you and I are known for quick math, but I don't know if there was any math there. I think they were just going for it. If that's what this match feels like in general, like, let's go for it.
So that's, you know, just kind of a key component to when you have a Sableye on your team. You want to unlock one of the T2s as quick as possible, because it really gives something for Sableye to do in the middle portions of the game when there's not like those big fights breaking out between both teams.
Here we go. Nice little KO in the top path here. We have the Mimikyu going down. You know a Pokemon that's been amazing today so far, I've got to say, is the Buzzwole. I feel like every time I see Buzzwole, it's like, yeah, this thing is so dang good.
Big heavy slam out of Joey there. The block is up. Rex is doing their best, so is Kyrium, but they really need some firepower to put this You Need Coaching team down, and quite frankly, it just doesn't exist.
The Draco Meteors are still raining in. This is a great opportunity for them to get some stacks of the Aeon Power right here. They know exactly where members of You Need Coaching are going to be, and that is in their face as they look to pick up another KO.
Yeah, it's pretty easy when you're feeding yourself 1 by 1 to the wood chipper, which is kind of what SAUL is doing here, because You Need Coaching is being relentless. They don't care what's happening everywhere else on the map. They are saying, we're just going to attack this goal zone on repeat until you actually show that you can stop us, because SAUL hasn't gotten a knockout in a minute until then.
You know, the funny part about that fight in the top path right there is they didn't have a single point of AOS energy as they went towards that tier 2. It was just an ego play. It was just like, let's have some fun. Let's beat them here on their tier 2 goal zone. Nice little KO. Machisel goes down. Snowy picks up 1 with the Shadow Sneak.
Now Badshaw wants to get another one on Joey here, as it feels like SAUL is finally like, okay, let's breathe for a second. Let's try and do something. All Might's sitting up, finding the Sableye, and they're going to put some points into this goal zone, or at least try to, as the Mimikyu go straight in. The Sableye Unite is used, but to no value. And here comes the Machisler going to work with 4 arms. Nice little Unite move, puts the punch down, and actually forces out a Bliss Assistance and a Mimikyu Unite, so all the fear in the world of the Machisler Machamp.
Yeah, beautiful stuff right there. You Need Coaching fighting these really well. I am shocked to see Draco Meteor. It is, at least in, you know, the ranked ladder, this is absolutely not the choice, but they decided that they have ways to set this up. once it gets going, its damage does get pretty absurd. But if you miss your Draco Meteor, you have nothing. On the other side, Dragon Pulse is essentially a sure hit.
Nice little unite on the Accel core there as Lutano keeps pushing forward. Power Nap on the goal pad. And now all of You Need Coaching is showing up. SAUL raining down those Draco Meteors. And only JL is there to catch those receipts as the rest of the team is getting bullied out. Now Joey's low. Joey gets knocked out by a Draco Meteor, but not before Lutano sorts out Mimikyu. And now You Need Coaching, like you said. I think they're just going full ego plays now.
Fully, that's exactly what they're doing. This match has all the trappings of like a duo or trio game that you're just playing, trying to stomp, having as much fun as possible. This doesn't really have the texture of a game at the World Championship. This feels like they're kind of solo queuing and just like having the best time.
Yep, it is a video game, so you gotta have some fun. Now SAUL
that is not in the rules, everyone. That is not in the rules. Wow, come on, Joey.
What a dagger. Draco Meteor's coming down. Nice little knockout for the Buzzwole here and the Mimikyu together. Draco Meteors on Regieleki, that's taken care of. And meanwhile, the rest of You Need Coaching is doing what? Just scoring behind him.
Yeah, great play from You Need Coaching. They're ahead right here. Nice Sableye Unite move, but we do have the Mimikyu moving on in there. Unite move right back the other way. Also the Egg Bomb right at the end there. That was a beautiful play. It was the possibility of picking up a KO.
Okay, now we're just using Unite moves because we're around that 4-minute mark, just under, and just making sure we're expending these resources before Rayquaza, when you should have them back again.
And here we go, beautiful play rough right there. Picks up a third KO as they head towards Regice. Sableye getting them some vision and some information. Here comes Machamp. Do they move in with the Unite move? Yes, they do!
Now, all of a sudden into the backline, Batshot, tons of damage, and there goes Machisel going straight for a block against the wall. But it's not enough. 2 players down for SAUL as You Need Coaching keeps going on and on. Snowy grabbing that Regieleki in that mix, and I didn't even see that.
Yeah, they were able to grab that here. We have Machamp trying to peel away from this after they scored on that Tier 2 goal zone. Dodrio putting some work. Unite move from Dodrio, picks up 1, picks up 2, going for the Mimikyu, and they get it right there. Now peeling away from this. No, they are right back in. They are not stopping. They're looking to make this fight happen. The jump kick over on the other side, back in towards the Blissey, trying to dodge the Ice Bank. They break Blissey's ankles. The Draco Meteor's coming in and they peel away from it. Mamoswine finally takes down Dodrio. Draco Meteor's coming in and they peel away.
Unk is spelled E-G-O. That is all we're doing today. Holy. It was fun to watch. You
so
gotta
fun.
say it's fun to watch. There's, I don't want to say there's no strategy, but a lot of the core strategies have been thrown to the wind as these teams are just chucking nuts.
I think at this point, they are playing for the glory of it, right? They're putting on a show. They're the gladiator in the arena, and we are entertained. This is amazing.
8 seconds till Ray Spraggles. We're going to see how these teams play it. Draco Meteor checking bushes, not finding anyone. And let's have another fight.
Yeah, here we go. I want to see how they play this Draco Meteor. If they hit 1 or 2 of these in a big way, the damage is ludicrous, but they're going to need You Need Coaching to kind of bunch up at some point. All Might just tapping Rayquaza. Here comes the Sableye looking to start a fight right here.
They're trying heavy slam, power nap straight in. Buzzwole Unite does find the Machisler. Bliss Assistant's already used on Latios, pinned against the wall here. There's Joey's on the search. On the backside, though, is All Might lifting and putting down the opposite fighting type here. And now they're putting the Draco Meteors on top of the Rayquaza. Here comes Finn and the rest of the squad. JL moves in, tries to chop them down in the backline with Sableye. Draco Meteors still collapsing on top of the Stay Skyrim, who's doing more damage. 3 players down for, well, it was SAUL, now it's 2 each side, and Rayquaza, is it still getting worked on? I don't even know anymore. Joey's just taking inventory of what's going on.
Yeah, Rayquaza's at half right now. We have Galarian Rapidash moving in. They're going to try to peel and make this fight happen. Stuck inside that triangle. They do go down. Ray picks up the KO. Rayquaza now under half here, and SAUL needs it. They are behind, but Champ trying to make something happen. Huge stuns there from the Sableye, and it looks like they're going to keep moving on to Ray.
Machisel sees where Batshot is. They're going straight into the middle. Rayquaza, Draco Meteor secured by SAUL. well, but they've got 40 seconds to go score. Actually secured by Blissey, 4 players down, so now it becomes pretty Fisher-Price. How much can this Galarian Rapidash counter score? Not quite enough.
Yeah, here we're going to see they're up to 400, now 420 for a SAU 510 after that Blissey score. With only 22 seconds left, You Need Coaching is going to lose this game, and we're heading to a game 3. I mean, now the question is, what do we get to see out of these two teams? Because in that one, they really were putting on a show.
Yeah, I mean, You Need Coaching, after they lost, right, all just burst into laughter. They're just having the most fun they can in this opportunity. And really, you know, I can't
Wow, there was quite a pity.
have as much fun as you possibly can in this moment.
There was quite a pity.
Clearly,
Oh,
I don't want to say rap,
I accidentally on my speaker. Alright. They could have won the unit coaching when they play really good. But unfortunately, I gotta end it here. I'll probably just rewatch the restream. Yeah, thank you so much again for coming by, guys. I'll see you on the next one. Bye bye, guys.
Throwing haymakers all game. They weren't playing a strategic game of Pokemon Unite. They were just trying to throw knockout punches.
and they threw quite a few of them.
Yeah.
You know, they were throwing. Either